Hello, darlings.
So I can fit in your pockets when you go.
Happy Thursday.
'Cause when you're gone,
I'll be there in 1 second.
colors turn to grey.
Woo.
Down the river we drunk and all of our thumbs went up in the air. Sung it in the wind, listen to the thunder rolling over
I
and
didn't
over.
want
We
this
down
song.
the river we drunk and all of our thumbs went up in the air. Sung it in the wind, listen to the thunder rolling over and over. We down, we're getting on fire.
This is always a banger. That is what I need right now. Turn away, turn away, turn away. Yeah, happy Friday to some of you. Turn away, run away. This music is for celebrating Danny Masterson's sentence. Yeah, fuck him! Tell you why? Because you're a rapist asshole, you piece of shit. Hello. Leah Remini's going off today? Of course. Of course. I would be too. I mean, I'm going to. But if I were Leah Remini, I would. Okay, question. To my my community members who are like me and suffer from perpetual chapped lips, what works for you? I feel like my lips are always chapped. I try everything. Somebody help me. Aquaphor, yeah. I just feel like my my lips always just look like when you put Aquaphor on, you're just like I think the chapstick addiction is real. I know, I stopped using the Carmax because it was not working. Shea butter. Yeah, I was reading last night at like 4 in the morning because I was like, my lips are driving me insane. Okay, lots of suggestions. I'm going to Walgreens tomorrow. Just buying everything. Yeah, I might try the Aquaphor balm stick instead because the tube Aquaphor is just like I hate it. I hate the feeling of it. I'm rich now after my stream. Yeah, you must have not been here when I said half that money is going to the damage the LAPD cost. I can just buy new lips. Yeah, can I just get new lips? Meep. Can I Uber Eats some new lips? I love the LAPD, if they're listening. I love you guys so much. Always so helpful and awesome. You know what? I need an I love the LAPD hat, okay? I'm past the fuck the LAPD stage. It's not me anymore. In fact, when I was at the Grove a couple days ago with Will, we saw an advertisement to join the LAPD. And I was like, should we? Should we join these heroes? Should we quit streaming to go join the LAPD? What would y'all do if I did that? If I was like, okay, everyone, so this is actually my last stream. I just wanted to say thank you for all the support, but I am moving on to the next phase in my life. I've chosen a new career path. I'm gonna go become a cop. I'm a cop now. A-cab will become A-cab with a K. I'm sorry, but your head's not thumb-shaped enough. I can change that. I live in LA. They can do anything. A-cab Sag. Oh, man. Oh, boy. Wouldn't that be a fun new thing for me to do? I think there comes a time in everyone's life when they look at their life and realize that it's time to become a cop. Yes, I know I made the H3 subreddit. I know. I didn't realize that H3 fans are insane. Okay, we're gonna talk about that for a moment. Yeah, so I don't know anything about H3 besides the fact that it's Ethan Klein and that Hassan has a podcast with him. I literally have never listened to H3. I don't mean this as like a I'm too cool for school. I just mean like I don't know them. I've never met his wife. I don't know how to pronounce her name. I tried the best that I could. At least I knew it. So, when chat, who seemed to know a lot more about H3, give me information, and granted, the person who, or the chatter that I read that piece of info on, that Ethan had set the brother-in-law up with Trish, it was, they didn't mean it like that. It was a misinterpretation. I didn't know. I also didn't know that H3 fans, and I'm probably gonna have another subreddit now, are wackadoodle. I don't mean all of them, but like if you're on Reddit, then yeah, you're wackadoodle do. If you're spending your time in this subreddit getting angry at me, you ain't right. Ethan does not like the subreddit. That doesn't surprise me. Again, I don't know Ethan, but he does seem like he would not like those people. That he would think they're very annoying. Isn't that funny? Oh, it's like these people are such fans, and this happens all the time, where it's like people who are such mega fans of someone who doesn't like them. They're like, you're... I mean, that's... I would feel the same way. If I had stans who were that annoying, I'd be like, yeah, I don't like you. Stop. Chill. Please go out. Side. Woo! Anyway. Yeah, that's not me disparaging all H3 fans. That's, those who are on that fucking subreddit. But you could say that really about anybody. Any streamer, podcaster, etc. You know? Narfank, thank you for the tier 1. Hogan, thank you for the gifted sub. OMG, I'm your #1 fan. Let's burn anyone. You know what I want? I actually want a Club Chalamet. I want a Club Quan Ame. I think that's the vibe I'm going for. Where's my Club Chalamet? Where's my Simone? Can you have mods change the channels that needs to replace that to your clown? I thought we had my clown face. Yeah, Sequan Clown. You didn't see who I gifted to? Wait, K-Wop. What's K-Wop? Quap? Quap! 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 Quap. K-Wop. Hey, I'm the newest Quap in town. Oh man. Oh yeah, there's the Sequan Clown. There I am. There I am. I need a Quap emote. Sounds like WAP. Yeah, it does. I need a Quap emote. I need a I don't think I have a cop hat. I don't have one of those laying around. Yes, thank you for the gifted to my future career as a Quap. Okay, I have an LAPD hat. It's fuck the LAPD though. It doesn't quite work with my new Quap arc. You know? Yeah, so anyway. I guess I will never mention Trish or Ethan or H3 in the same breath without making sure that I have all of my facts straight. Even though I corrected myself once I found out that I had misunderstood. As a longtime H3 fan, I'm sorry for the word. It's honestly okay. Truly, because I've been doing this a year, I've gotten a lot worse now, so that it really didn't bother me. I just thought I was like, really? Guys, is this what you want to be doing? Anyway. Yeah, Hassan's co-host GF. That's me. Hassan's co-host They can't even spell his name correctly. The double S. Yeah. It's that really the Reddit was that ain't nothing. That ain't nothing. They think Austin is Austinox. Okay, so who doesn't have their facts straight? Who doesn't know what the fuck is going on? They think Austin is Austinox. Austinox. Wouldn't that be crazy if Austin did turn out to be Austinox? It wouldn't make any sense. Because then I would wonder who's faking what? You know what I mean? Is Austin Show secretly a hardcore leftist and not the gay Republican man that we know him to be? Or is Austinox the gay Republican man that we know Austin Show to be? I'd believe anti-pikers, Austin before Austinox. Yes, 100%. No, I haven't seen that show before, Ashley. Just give me a minute. I don't like to click links while I'm still talking, or else I lose all train of thought. Thank you though. They thought Will was gay until they saw you. Yeah, that's another thing, is how many people are still convinced that Will is gay, or that, you know, that I'm his beard. And I'm like, I would not have put this much work in if I were a beard, okay? I am not, I am not Julianne Hough, who dated Ryan Seacrest. I am nobody's beard. Is this Celine Dion lo-fi? I was like, wait, I know this. Yeah, Will's not gay. Wild. Yeah, it is funny though that people are really surprised to learn about me. It really blows people's minds to find out that Will Neff is not a gay man. And I'm like, okay, I get it. Will's flamboyant, but he doesn't really come across as gay, but I guess people's idea of what a straight guy should be is not Will, and so they're like, gay! Gay. Gay! Okay, so I have sad news. He's flamboyant in a very straight way, yes. Yeah, he's just a straight man who's comfortable with himself. Good hygiene equals gay, yes. Takes a shower? Gay. Fellas, is it gay to use deodorant? Actually, no, it's not, because famously, when I'm at a gay club, it is stinky. It is stinky. I have a lot of gay friends who I'm like, have you heard of deodorant? It's not pit sweat. Oh, it's all sorts of sweat. Okay, so I have sad news. The Austin Show shirt incident, I know. Okay, my sad news is that I don't think I got chosen for the Gwyneth Paltrow Airbnb. Yeah. Yeah. I checked and I double checked today because the Airbnb date, the spend the night with Gwyneth Paltrow, was supposed to be September 9th. And I'm like, I feel as if whoever was chosen to get all gooped up would have been chosen before 2 days prior to the date. So I'm safely assuming it's not me. Yeah, I don't think I got chosen for Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis's Airbnb either. I don't think it's happening for me. But anyway, I tried. I'd love to know who did get chosen. It's probably someone that she knows, for real. She was probably last minute like, you know what? I don't think that I'm going to do this anymore. So I think that, I don't think loneliness is actually an epidemic. So I think loneliness the problem has been solved. I think just me going through the motions of putting my house on Airbnb making this Instagram video, I think I solved loneliness. And you know what? She did. It's the thought that counts. That's true. Awesome Web, thank you for the 2 months. It is. It is. You know, no other celebrity was considering doing that. So, who, you know, Gwyneth Paltrow is out here doing what no one else is doing. Yes, so I actually have a YouTube video, my next YouTube video that's coming out, what is it, Thursday? Should be coming out on Saturday. And it has to do with Gwyneth Paltrow. So if you missed that whole segment on stream, you can watch the YouTube vid. It's actually, I was kind of, okay, I really didn't think I'd get chosen, but just in case, I held off on releasing this video, because I was like, just in case. Just in case there's a chance. Yeah, so that's my sad news. But I actually today was pretty depressing. I'm gonna be real. Today was depressing because I talked to a friend of mine and I tweeted about this. Also, can I just say, so let me pull up my Twitter. Today was supposed to be Cash App. It didn't happen because the Cash App broke. So couldn't do it. And my manager texted me this and I was like, great, I can't wait for everybody to tweet at me and be like, where's Cash App? So I talked to a friend of mine and I will tell you about that conversation. But anyway, I basically tweeted, I was just frustrated. Tweeted out, this. 129 days of striking. Spoke with another friend today who's hanging on by a literal thread. The CEO's plan to starve workers out of their houses and apartments. The CEO's plan to starve workers out of their houses and apartments has come to fruition, but rather than ending the strikes, it only puts their callous greed on full display. Thousands of people across the industry have been deeply affected. People are selling their things just to make rent. Countless others have already had to move out of LA and New York City or switch career paths. There are real human lives at stake here. And yet the fight goes on because we know that we can't let these companies continue to fuck over those who create the work that has made them so rich. The AMPTP claims that they want to get people back to work. Well, the solution is right there. Sign the contract and people will work again. Is there Cash App trivia today? When I tell you. Well, is there? Asking the important questions. Is there Cash App trivia today? Well? Hello? Yeah, this is all nice, but is there Cash App trivia today? What? Oh, no, no, no. Do you know what's so wild? I could have tweeted like, my dog died, or, you know, my partner died, or something like that. And this motherfucker still would have typed, is there Cash App trivia today? I could have had the most devastating thing happen to me. I could have been like, wow, just got diagnosed with this. Oh, my whole family is dead. Oh. Is there Cash App trivia today? Asking the hard-hitting questions. But did you die? But is trivia happening? They need to know. Anyway, That was fucking classic. So I spoke to this friend of mine and holy shit. It always reminds me of how, Hogan, thank you for the bits. What is your question, and does it have to do with Cash App trivia? I have been in streaming for the last year, and most of the people that I spend my time around are other streamers. And even though, of course, the strikes have been going on for 129 days, I've been picketing, I've been there. I haven't really spent time with. I haven't really caught up a ton with friends of mine in the industry, like a little bit here and there. And it feels like things really took a turn in the last couple weeks. I've seen this on social media. I've seen this just talking to friends. And people are hurting. People are really, really, really struggling. And it's just a reminder that when we talk about strike, when we look at what's going on here, especially because most people aren't in the middle of this, not on strike, there are real human beings at the center of this. So that's why it's astonishing that there are people who still side with the studios, who think that this is two-sided, both sides, etc., when it's like one side is losing their apartments, is having to sell their cars, is having to sell their camera equipment for pennies on the dollar so that they can pay rent. And many people have already done that and now have had to move out of these very expensive cities. People who are switching career paths, who are having to pack it up. And it's something where I would have been right there if I hadn't switched over to streaming. Like if I had not started streaming a year ago and been successful on the platform, I would be, I don't know necessarily if I'd be there in the same financial place, but mentally, absolutely. Yeah, so it's not just that people are hurting financially and deeply, deeply financially. It's also, I've seen the effect on people's mental health, and it's dark right now. But it's one of those things where when you see workers, whether they're, WJ SAG-AFTRA or just caught in the crosshairs because they're IATSE or, whatever, hair and makeup, expressing these feelings and being truthful and honest doesn't mean that they're giving up, doesn't mean that they're done. It's just to remind people that there are real human beings who are fighting for their lives here. Yeah, and it's ironically, the longer the longer the strikes go on, it does make the workers, those who are on strike, it makes us want to have this fair contract even more, because otherwise then what is the point? What is the point of having gone through the last 130 days of struggling, of having to, piece together rent money? And listen, the studios, the CEOs had said that their plan was to starve people out of house and home, out of their apartments, and that is happening, but it's not going to end the strikes. It just shows us how truly evil they are. Yeah, the fact that that is happening, that was the plan, that is the plan, and yet the fight continues because it has to. Did you see the Bob Iger super yacht news? Oh God, what is it? Is my blood pressure gonna go up? And I look at David Zaslav and I'm genuinely like, what has this man done to earn the tens of millions of dollars that he gets paid? Seriously. Warner Brothers, which is predicting to lose $300 to $500 million, that has, you know, he fucked up with CNN, with Chris Light. He killed Batgirl and was trying to kill TCM and has removed a lot of beloved shows and films from formerly known as HBO Max platform. I'm genuinely like, what has this man done to deserve being paid this much money? Not much. He was bragging about his super yacht. Yeah. Well, yeah, because this doesn't actually affect them. Now, they're having to hear from the pissed off shareholders. They're, you know, having to deal with each other, but they're not actually affected by the work stoppage the way that people who are the workers are affected. And that's why, like, there's so much at stake here. And this is what happens, and this is why it's really hard. It's really hard to beat the, you know, the side that holds all the capital, because they have infinitely more resources and won't feel the pain of something like a strike the way that somebody who makes $40,000 a year does. And it's why a lot of, you know, a lot of eyes have been on this strike, on these strikes. Eyes are on Hollywood to see how this turns out. And that's why it's not just a strike for us, it's a strike for workers everywhere who are hoping that we win this, not just so we can get a fair contract, but so it sets the precedent, right? It is an inspiration to others who take on the big guns, because it's really hard to do that. Yeah, so I was talking to my friend and he was just saying that, like, I don't know. He was saying he was in a bad place. He said a lot of his filmmaking buddies have moved out of LA, have quit. The question now, because he's a director, and so he's friends with a lot of, you know, crew people, assistant camera ops, those type of people who are not WJ or SAG-AFTRA, but of course are out of work because of what's going on here. He said that the question now that they ask one another is not how you hold, you know, how you're surviving, how you holding up, but how much longer can you hang on? Like, how much more financially and mentally do you have? Do you agree with everything they're asking for? Do you think some concessions could be made? Concessions could be made, and the WJ is willing to make them, but there are certain sticking points. And I would say the one that determines if this strike ends or not is the issue of the writers' room. That is one of the biggest issues that writers brought to the attention of the leadership and the negotiating committee last year when they sent out surveys. And it is the one that has been at the center of the last couple weeks with the back and forth, the AMPTP breaking the media blackout, Because if we don't have written protections in to make sure that we guarantee, you know, the number of writers in a writer's room working for a number of weeks, then TV writing is going to turn into a gig job, which means that it will no longer be a career for thousands of writers. As far as concessions, it's more so just like, okay, what are we willing to meet in the middle on? Like, what is not a make or break part of this contract, and what is? And the writer's room is absolutely profit residuals, so residuals that are tied into the profit, the success of a show. That's another one. But yeah, they still will not agree to codify the language, or to codify what the WJ is asking for in terms of having X amount of writers in a writer's room working for X amount of weeks. They won't do it. So that, yeah, that's like what's happening right now. We've reached Q4 of the year, and that's why we're seeing things like, oh, Warner Brothers predicted to lose 500 million. We're seeing kind of, I would say you're seeing more pressure come down onto these companies because it's affecting the fall and winter film slates. So a lot of big movies in the fall are kind of up in the air right now as to whether or not they're actually going to premiere, like if they're going to be released, or if they're going to be pushed, like Dune 2. Anyway, I have some friends, some of my filmmaking friends coming over on Saturday. I was like, why don't you guys come over? Let's do a hang. I'll provide the booze. We can just talk shit on these companies, but also, you know, I think it's something where, it's different than the pandemic. It's different than the pandemic in that during the pandemic, the whole world shut down. Like, we were all going through it together. Hollywood shut down, the restaurant industry shut down, everything shut down. So those of us who work in Hollywood, it didn't feel like it was just happening to us. And there was also this bigger thing going on, which was a raging pandemic that we didn't know much about. But now, with the strikes and going on as long as they have, we're right back there as far as hurting for cash, dreading the future, not knowing what's going to happen, not knowing that if this ends, you know, what's it going to look like when we do go back to work? Is it going to be like after the pandemic where big projects took priority? Smaller projects, if it happened, then you were lucky. So I think a lot of my friends in the industry are feeling this right now, where you're back where you were during the pandemic, but it's also really different. Dune 2, yeah. So anyway, that's the latest on that. If you've noticed a certain mood, a very somber mood online, it's because it's been 130 days. I've even noticed the shift out on the picket line. People are like, it's really tough, but it doesn't mean that people are giving up. In fact, they feel an even stronger resolve. They want to keep fighting more than ever because we've been doing this for so fucking long. But there is a general exhaustion, feeling of just demoralization. The longer it goes on, the longer it has to go on. Yeah. One day longer, one day stronger. Are more actors trying to create their own content now? Some people are, but it's hard. Content creation isn't just something you can jump into and start making money on or be successful on. You kind of have to have a built-in audience already. So I've seen some people who already had Twitter followings who have been doing pretty well on TikTok. But even still, it's like, they're not making money. Just because they are, you know, they have a pretty big Twitter following and they've started making other content doesn't mean that suddenly, you know, oh, they're raking it in. Content creation is, it's not some easy thing that you can just jump into and start doing. Jack Quaid said in an interview that he tried streaming and he just couldn't do it. Yeah, I think the people who are doing content creation are probably ones who are fine financially and they're just kind of bored. They're just looking to do something else. They're just looking to keep themselves going. But as far as money, as far as people who genuinely are hurting for cash, they've had to take on completely different work. Yeah, it is harder than people think, especially nowadays. It's very, very overly saturated. It's hard to break in. I've had to have this conversation with a few friends who have seen my success on Twitch and go, oh, I should start doing that. I'm like, okay, I want to be very clear that nowadays to succeed, you have to have a combination of connections and luck, and also obviously an interesting product, something that's going to, you know, kind of be your niche. And I don't say that part because I'm like, yeah, you can make content, but it's a matter of having the connections and then having the luck to break. It's like being in Hollywood. It's the same thing. It's like succeeding in this industry that we're currently on strike in. You need connections and luck. Yeah, aside from like being able to, for instance, if you're streaming on Twitch, being able to go live pretty consistently and for hours and make content. Yeah. Yep. So anyway, I'm really thinking of my friends right now and just everybody. My friend told me on the phone today, it told me a couple of examples of people that he either knows or has heard of that have their mental health has gotten the better of them, and it was fucking dark. It was a really dark conversation, and at the end, it was a weird place to be in for me because, like I said, I pivoted to streaming I really couldn't have done it any later. And so I've been lucky to be able to have this and to put all my time and energy into this thing. Ugh. Just getting a cam and going live when it worked. Yeah, not nowadays. Not nowadays. But anyway, last thing is just always remember there's human beings on the at the center of something like this strike. You know, real human lives at stake. People who are fighting for their life. Like when I say fighting for their lives, I literally mean fighting for their lives. Fighting for their livelihoods. Fighting to survive. It's not dramatic. It's not hyperbole. People need to pay rent and eat. And even before the strikes, more and more people were struggling to do so. Because of how much these companies fuck over creators. Yeah. All right. But more importantly, is there Cash App today? More importantly, is there Cash App trivia today? Is there? Okay, so today we're gonna cover Jimmy Fallon. I thought my title was pretty clever. A Nightmare on the Tonight Show Street. Jimmy Fallon, who was exposed by Rolling Stone. Rolling Stone has really been dropping the exposés. It's nothing surprising. I was not shocked by this news at all. I think this is pretty par for the course for a celebrity whose entire brand is like being fun and nice. We know better. I'm looking at you, Ellen. I'm looking at you, James Corden. Okay? Ain't nobody just nice. If your entire brand is being nice, you're probably the worst person ever. I think that's fair to say. I think at this point, if that's your persona, if that's your brand, you're probably a demon. You're probably one of the worst humans. Yeah, be kind to one another. Okay. Okay, yes, obviously Mr. Rogers was amazing. But I don't think but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. The whole, like, Mr. Rogers' brand was different than an Ellen or a Jimmy Fallon. Jimmy Fallon wouldn't talk. He wouldn't say one thing about Donald Trump until he got mercilessly called out for it. I don't know if y'all remember this, but during the beginning and middle of 45's era as president, every single late night host, pretty much every single celebrity, everyone was talking about Trump. Everyone, except Jimmy Fallon. And it was so obvious that he wasn't talking about Donald Trump. And so people kept calling him out. And then finally he mentioned, but he doesn't, you know, he doesn't do it in the way that, like a Kimmel or, an Oliver Colbert, a Seth Meyers, Conan, like none of those guys. Yeah, he was noticeably absent from making jokes about Trump. He wouldn't do it. So anyway, that's not as relevant, but Rolling Stone dropped a whole ass expose on Fallon and interviewed current and former staffers who had a lot to say about him. So we'll cover that. We're gonna talk about Danny Masterson, who was sentenced today. We are going to talk about I think we're going to talk about being single and how expensive it is. There's this video I want to watch. Can we afford to be single? Or are we forced into matrimony? 'Cause, like, it seems tough out there these days. Single income folks, Single people? That shit's expensive. It is expensive to be single. Try being a single mom? No, thank you. That seems so hard. Yeah. Nowadays, it's like, if you're single, good luck. Because times is tough. Times is hard. Yeah, rent is so goddamn high. Food is so goddamn expensive. Everything is so expensive. Yeah, we should file taxes. Yeah, you can file taxes jointly with Twitch chat. You're no longer single. Single in this economy? Listen, that's a way to find a partner, okay? You go, single in this economy? Me too. We should fix that. Yeah, like, that's the new line. Single in this economy? Me too. That's the new way to flirt. What's your, what are your monthly expenses? What would those look like split? All right, so we'll talk about that, and then I think I want to talk about horror movie tropes. I think I might do a tier list. We might watch we might do a little film talk, because they also have a new Conjuring movie coming out. There's a new Nun 2 movie. It's exhausting. I'm done. I just watched the movie The Boogeyman. And I really, 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 really wanted it to be great. I do know that Rob Savage, who's friends with my good friend, I do know that he had his budget slashed right before he was supposed to start filming. Which sucks. But they did that because he's a new filmmaker, and they're like, yeah, we can fuck you over. But yeah, the studio slashed his budget and slashed his pay. Even still, so there were just things about The Boogeyman that I was like, oh man, this is a classic example of a filmmaker who, on a $0 budget, produces what I would have considered some of the best ultra low budget indie films of the last couple years. He did the movies Host and Dashcam. Host in particular, I was really blown away by the quality of that movie, but this is what happens. And then you get hired by a studio to do a big studio horror movie, usually budgeted 20 to 30 mil range, and it's not great. It's very mid. It's very mid, and it falls into the same horror tropes and traps. And I'm like, why is this what happens once the studio gets involved? Once there's more money, the quality actually goes down. It gets worse. Talk to Me is great. Talk to Me was produced on a $4.5 million budget. I hope for the next Talk to Me, they try and replicate what they did with the first one, rather than, suffer from the curse of mo money, mo problems. There's another Saw movie coming out. Yes, it's coming out on my birthday. Saw 10, I guess. So anyway, I want to have a conversation later about this, and then maybe do a tier list on horror tropes. So, all right. Alrighty. Oh. More headlines keep coming out about Sophie Turner and Joe Jonas. I swear to God, every 5 minutes, there's a timer set, and a new headline is released. Holy shit. We're exhausted. Can I show you something that actually made me laugh out loud? Did you like that? Save all your horror questions for when we have the conversation later. because I can't get to them now. But ask me those questions later on. Okay. Is this not so random? My bad. No worries. No worries. I know I kind of jump around and so it takes a second for Twitch chat to catch up. Marion Cotillard in shambles over Joe Jonas and Sophie Turner divorce. I'm sorry, what? This is so random. This is literally, I laughed out loud because I said, what the hell could she have possibly said about Joe Jonas and Sophie Turner's divorce? Apparently, she expressed her devastation in an Instagram comment about the pair's split. And this is what she posted. No! 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 I think I need one more no. I think I need one more. One more no. I love... Okay. I just have to say, I love random ass articles like this. I love them. I love this random celebrity pop culture shit that should not be an article. It is so irrelevant. It is so meaningless, but I love this so much, especially because of the randomness of it. Why did Marion Cotillard, famous French actress, Academy Award-winning French actress, who I would not have thought was friends with this couple, post this on Instagram in response to underneath an Entertainment Tonight post? Like, this was the Entertainment Tonight post. Joe Jonas hires divorce lawyer amid 4-year marriage to Sophie Turner. And Marion Cotillard came in with the comment. Oh my god, I love this shit. I love it. It makes no sense. It doesn't matter at all. But I love it. It's even better like seeing it here. I know. Like, okay. All right. Because here's my question. And I have a lot of questions. So here are my questions. Why did she respond this way? Does she know them? Did she find this out from Entertainment Tonight, aka she's not actually friends with them? What is it that she's so devastated about? Because, like, if she doesn't know them, then she's reacting the way that every other fan would be reacting. So is she a fan? Is Marion Cotillard randomly a fan of Joe Jonas and Sophie Turner, and so she's reacting the way that these other commenters are reacting? Like, this saddens me, I hope they can work it out. Yeah, does she stan Sansa Stark? I hope she doesn't know them at all, which is fun. That's what I'm thinking. If she doesn't know them at all and is simply responding the way that just a random person, like all of the people who are commenting, would respond, because this is Entertainment Tonight. This is like a gossip site. Not gossip. It's not like, you know, it's not like a gossipy site, but you know what I mean. Like, Marion Cotillard is getting her information from Entertainment Tonight. Anyway, that's it. I just thought that this was so fucking hilarious. I love this kind of stuff. I love how random it is. I love when celebrities act like people. You know what I mean? I love when they act like a non-celebrity would in responding to news about other celebrities. I bet her assistant was logged into the wrong IG profile. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the image of Marion Cotillard probably summering in the south of France or wherever the hell she lives, being on her phone, going onto Instagram, seeing this news drop, and then going into the comments to write, no, 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 no. Honestly, she's so real for that. She's in Ibiza. Oh, that's great. That's the shit that I'm here for, okay? All right. Let's get into Jimmy Fallon. Jimbo. So here's the thing about Jimmy Fallon. She's also a 9/11 truther. What? What? Marion Cotillard is a 9/11 truther? Damn, I guess I didn't know anything about her. Like, she doesn't think it happened? Or she thinks that... Hold on, this article's not opening, but... that shit's an inside job? I guess she's voting for Vivek Ramaswamy then. I guess she and Mr. Lose Yourself have that in common. Okay. All right, so Jimbo Fallon. And then she walked it back. Oh, girlfriend, it's too late. You can't walk something like that back. Okay, so the thing about Jimmy Fallon is that the worst kept secret in New York is Jimmy Fallon being a raging alcoholic. And I'm just gonna, oh my God, I forgot I have this up. I'm just gonna say allegedly because I don't want to get in trouble. So allegedly, but the worst kept secret in New York is that he is a raging alcoholic. And it makes sense when you consider him in that context. And when we go through this Rolling Stone article, it makes sense that he has acted the way that he has. No, it's not a secret. Worst kept secret means everybody knows. It's just one of those things that like everyone knows, but no one's done anything about it because they're scared of him and he's very powerful. So like the people, you know, showrunners who work under him, they can't do anything. And then people like Lorne Michaels don't give a fuck. Or others who, I don't know when the last time he was on SNL, but like NBC doesn't care as long as he's hitting, you know, as long as he's working and well, that's fine. I mean, it's not like he's the only one. I was sus of him since what came out about Horatio Sands. Yeah, for some reason, he also kind of got off scot-free when that news broke about Horatio Sands and Jimmy Fallon would get underage girls into SNL parties. I think Horatio had some more serious allegations. But, yeah, so a Jane Doe accused Horatio Sands of sexually assaulting her and said that the SNL cast didn't support her after she made the allegations against him. And was also a teenager. Yeah, so Not good. But she claimed that Jimmy Fallon, Lorne Michaels, and Tracy Morgan enabled the sexual assault. So Jimmy Fallon has got some... There's a history there of some very suspect type of behavior. He has not, to my knowledge, been accused of assault or anything like that, but he's been accused of enabling it. And he's been accused of helping Horatio to get, enabling by getting these underage girls into these parties, and also turning a blind eye as to what Horatio was doing. Yeah, so that does not seem surprising to me. I don't think of Jimmy Fallon as some stand-up figure. You know what I mean? And this is also not surprising. That those who worked on The Tonight Show and still work on The Tonight Show have cited his erratic behavior as a reason why it was so awful to work there. Chaos, comedy, and crying rooms. So yeah, at The Tonight Show, there's this thing called crying rooms where people who worked there would go to a room and cry because of how they were being treated at work. So yeah, not awesome. But again, this is not surprising to me because we've seen what happened with Ellen. We've seen what's come out about James Corden, right? Like, pretty much name any person whose thing is being funny and nice, and it actually turns out that they're not nice. And if I'm being honest, not very funny, because there's something that I want to point out here as we go through this article. I believe everything that these former and current staffers are saying, except for when they talk about how talented he is. Okay, these people are, I think they're stretching the truth a little bit there. I think when they talk about Jimmy Fallon being funny and extremely talented, I think that's when we need to take a moment and go, those are in fact, we need to make sure we use the word alleged. We need to make sure that we say allegedly funny and allegedly talented. Okay? All right, so we're just gonna go through this. It was a particularly tense day on the set of The Tonight Show, starring Jimmy Fallon. The host, known for his warm and congenial presence on screen, was acting especially dismissive and irritable during production meetings. Then, he stumbled through rehearsal in front of a studio audience who typically sit in on rehearsals for the late night show. Employees who spoke to Rolling Stone about their experiences working on The Tonight Show say it's common knowledge behind the scenes that there are good Jimmy days, where his wit and charm and creativity are on full display. So, again, this is what I mean by, I'm taking that with a grain of salt, okay? Yeah, mod check where? And bad Jimmy days. This was a bad Jimmy day, according to the employee. Consider this in the context of Jimmy Fallon being a raging alcoholic. Like, this makes sense. This type of behavior is something that a child would do or somebody who's an alcoholic. They say that Fallon seemed to be confused during rehearsal that day in 2017 when he crossed out jokes on the piece of paper that he was holding, riffed with the audience for a bit, then quizzically looked back down at the same sheet of paper. I read comments online saying that this article is sus because it's coming out during the No. I don't really see how. Do you have any thoughts on the timing? No way. Why? Everyone knows Jimmy Fallon sucks. He was the only writer who was not paying his staff. Like the only late night host who was not making sure that his employees could keep their health insurance. Like everyone knows he's the worst Jimmy. By far. Anyway. He couldn't remember he had just crossed it out himself, the employee says. I was like, oh my God, he seems drunk. He doesn't know what he's doing. This could be awful. This could be the end of the show right here. Another staffer says that they too witnessed the incident from a live studio feed inside their audience. According to 2 current and 14 former employees, The Tonight Show has been a toxic workplace for years, far outside the boundaries of what's considered normal in the high-pressure world of late-night TV. They say the ugly environment behind the scenes starts at the top with Fallon's erratic behavior and has trickled down to its ever-changing leadership teams. 9 showrunners in the past 9 years who seemingly don't know how to say no to Jimmy. That is a lot. That is an ungodly amount of showrunners. That basically means that a showrunner lasts 1 year and then they quit. Oof. Former employees described The Tonight Show as a tense and pretty glum atmosphere, with some alleging that they were belittled and intimidated by their bosses, including Fallon himself. Employees described being afraid of his outbursts and unexpected inconsistent behavior. Many of these staffers voiced their concerns through HR complaints, but problems at The Tonight Show persisted. Every time I hear something like this, I'm like, does HR do shit? Truly. What the hell good is HR for? Like, so classic. It's always like, oh yeah, no, we voiced these concerns to HR, but wah wah. Yeah, because at the end of the day, HR is there to protect the company. And the company is Jimmy Fallon. So HR is not going to do a goddamn thing. That's like when I was telling y'all about the CEO of The Wrap who blocked me on Twitter. Her husband, or her former husband, is HR at the company. That happens all the time. That not only, just on a basic level, does HR work for management, but oftentimes people who have, people who are connected to higher ups at the company will be the ones who work in HR. So you're like, great. If I report anything, then I'll probably just make my life worse. 7 former employees say their mental health was impacted by their alleged experiences working at The Tonight Show. These staffers say that it was commonplace to hear people joking about wanting to kill themselves, and that they would refer to guest dressing rooms in the office as crying rooms, because that's where they would go to let out their emotions when they were upset about their alleged mistreatment. Crying rooms. Like, oh no. Oh no, but Jimmy Fallon is so goofy and fun. Why would anybody be crying? You mean the bathroom? The former staffers who spoke to Rolling Stone requested anonymity out of fear of retaliation. They worked in a range of positions on the show, from production crew members to office staffers and in the show's writer's room. I think that's really important. When you have employees who work in various positions throughout a company, and they're all saying the same thing. It's not just the writers. It's not just crew. It's not just people who work in the office. It's all of them who are like, yeah, this place fucking sucks. Many of the former staffers say they left the show because of their mental health. Some say they were fired from The Tonight Show. It's a bummer because it was my dream job, one former employee says. I feel like I know that person because I've met someone who worked for The Tonight Show. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people are like, it's my dream job. But this person was like, it was my dream job. They're like, it's so, yeah. I was like, how's it going? Like, meh, 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 meh. Writing for late night is a lot of people's dream jobs, and they're coming into this and it becomes a nightmare very quickly. It's sad that it's like that, especially knowing that it doesn't have to be that way. To be clear, it's their dream job to work in late night. I don't think it is to work for Jimmy Fallon. To be very clear about that. Noble Bragg, thank you for the 7 months. System Checks, thank you for the tier 1. I don't know if, oh, Squeezy Tugs, thank you for the prime. Sorry, y'all, sometimes I miss. Bonsai Bullfrog, thank you for the year. I get distracted. But thank you for those cibbies. I swear if Conan gets canceled, I don't think so. I think you're good. I think Conan is notoriously beloved. And not in a way where it's like, oh, he's notoriously beloved, but is actually this horrible monster. Most people who are horrible monsters don't have the reputation of being beloved. No one really has anything bad to say about Conan. He's a real stand-up guy. No pun intended. Yeah, like behind the scenes, everything I've heard about him is he's a really good dude. So I think you're good there. Okay. Oh, this is crazy. After reaching out to reps for Fallon and NBC, Rolling Stone reached out to an additional 30 current and former staffers. While many of them praised Fallon's immense talent and comedic gifts, allegedly, while many of them praised Fallon's alleged immense talent and comedic gifts, not a single one agreed to speak on the record or had positive things to say about working on The Tonight Show. That's a shit ton of people. That's 30 current and former staffers. Do you know how hard it is to get 30 people to agree on something? Or, or like the fact that not one of them had a positive thing to say about working on The Tonight Show? 30 people. Are these gifts in the studio with us right now? Mod check. Mod check on Jimmy Fallon's immense talent and comedic gifts. Nor would any of the program's 9 showrunners since 2014 comment about the program's namesake on the record. They wouldn't even give statements of support, as is common in the entertainment industry. Yeah, this is really damning that not a single showrunner or any of the current or former staffers would say anything positive. They wouldn't even be like, oh, I mean, there was this one day that we had fun. There was one day that I wasn't in a crying room. No, they didn't have shit to say. Representatives for Fallon would not comment on the record for this story. In a statement, a spokesperson for NBC defended the program, but notably did not mention Fallon himself. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. After winning over viewers on Saturday Night Live. Okay, okay. Jimmy Fallon's whole thing on SNL was that he was the guy who broke. That was his shtick. If you go back and watch SNL from the time that Jimmy Fallon was on it, that's his entire thing, is that he would just start laughing. He was the guy who just always broke. Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. Somebody who is a Jimmy Fallon SNL fan. You are not wrong. Okay. That's what I thought. And then Andy Samberg took over. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so he started on SNL. He cemented his reputation as one of television's most beloved entertainers when he started hosting Late Night with Jimmy Fallon in 2009. Fallon's goofy, affable, musically gifted, and middle-of-the-road approach to audiences in comedy, aka a centrist of all centrists, made him easily likable and appealing to the masses. For those watching at home, he didn't seem to take himself too seriously. His charisma and talent on screen brought people joy and made them laugh. Allegedly. His charisma and talent on screen allegedly brought people joy and made them laugh. It led to an abundance of excitement when it was announced he would take over. It led to an alleged abundance of excitement when it was announced that he would take over as host of The Tonight Show from Jay Leno in 2014. I gotta be honest, I don't remember seeing anybody excited about that. The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon debuted to a staggering 11.3 million viewers. For the duration of its premiere season, the show competed against other late-night shows, averaging between 3 million and 4 million episodic viewers. The show has had no shortage of successes and viral moments. Slow Jam the News is a popular segment in which political and media figures like Barack Obama and Brian Williams, my two favorite guys, join Fallon in breaking down current events, while The Roots improvise slow jams, R&B music, and ad-libs. Then there's Wheel of Musical Impressions. I actually do like that segment. But behind the scenes, there was a surprising, dramatic, and ugly shift in the working environment, according to 3 employees who originally worked for Late Night with Jimmy Fallon, and then followed the team to The Tonight Show. Of course, there was added pressure when the program transitioned. The Tonight Show is one of television's most storied franchises. These employees also say that they felt a change because Michael Shoemaker, who was at the helm of Late Night during Fallon's run, didn't move over to The Tonight Show and stuck around to produce Late Night with Seth Meyers. The producers felt this pressure, and that translated down to all of their employees. People that worked under them then felt this pressure that if you made one mistake, you were gone and could be easily replaced. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much the sentiment in Hollywood. It's like, you fuck up, you're not grateful enough, you're out. You have all these NBC pages in the building who are ready, willing, and waiting to take your job. Of course, every major TV show has its share of pressure and chaos and turnover, daily programs even more so. But what happened at The Tonight Show was highly unusual in late-night television. The program has had 6 different groups of leadership teams in its 9 years on TV. That's a lot of teams. I just don't think they've landed on a leader who can keep it together. And that's created a chaotic atmosphere among staffers, many of whom have lost faith in senior leadership. Nobody told Jimmy no. Everybody walked on eggshells, especially showrunners. You never knew which Jimmy we were going to get and when he was going to throw a hissy fit. Look how many showrunners went so quickly. We know that they didn't last long. I just have to say, too, it's really hard to get jobs in Hollywood. So for somebody to land a job working on The Tonight Show, which is a big deal, and then to leave that job tells you how bad it was. It takes a lot. It takes a lot to quit a job in Hollywood. It does. Whether you're an assistant, like working for the studios, or you work on the creative side, it takes a lot. You put up with so much shit. With an ever-changing cast at the top, employees say that they had nightmares related to work and were in a constant state of fear. One former employee says that they had their first anxiety attack while working at the show and were put on anti-anxiety medication for the first time. Feels bad, man. Another employee says that they felt physical ramifications of their declining mental health, like their hair thinning and weakened nail beds. Oh my God. 4 other employees say that they're in therapy because of their experiences. Can you imagine? You sit down in front of your new therapist and she's like, okay, what brings you in here? You're like, Jimmy Fallon! Jimmy fucking Fallon! That's why I'm here spending $250 for one therapy session. Because of Jimmy motherfucking Fallon. Jimmy Fallon's not real. It's okay. It's okay. Take a deep breath. Jimmy Fallon is not real. Yes, he is! And he's allegedly funny. Three people say they experienced suicidal ideation as a result of the working environment. Good God. Good God, man. Can you imagine? Like, I don't want to make a joke out of this, but like Jimmy Fallon being such a piece of shit that it causes you to not want to live anymore. Shit bosses are shit boss. That's true. That's true. Mentally, I was in the lowest place in my life. I didn't want to live anymore. I thought about taking my own life all the time, one former employee says. I knew deep down I would never actually do it, but in my head, I'm like, why do I think about this all the time? Yeah. One employee says they lost nearly 20 pounds during their time, felt like they were on edge all the time, and cried themselves to sleep every night. Every night? Crying themselves to sleep. Because of this fucking guy. I know other people who were in my department who also were unhappy with mistreatment, but it was never a thing where any of us were empowered enough to say anything. Yeah, classic. It just always felt like you should be grateful that you have a job, and you should be grateful that you have this position at this show, at this network. Everyone wants to be in this spot. You have worked hard to get here. It shouldn't be a thing where you're being ungrateful. Yeah, like I said, this is the attitude in Hollywood. Whether you work as an assistant, as an intern, or at the Tonight Show, the idea is you want to leave? Go ahead. There are 100 people lined up who would do this for free. Do you know how lucky you are to be in this position? Do you know how many people's dream it is to be here? That's how they get you. That's how they keep abusing you. And then just the idea that, like, okay, you quit here, and then where do you go? You can't just easily get another job. According to most employees who spoke to Rolling Stone, it's common knowledge behind the scenes that his temperament, mood, and treatment of staffers is erratic. These employees say that they've witnessed Fallon snap at crew members, express irritation over the smallest of things, and berate and belittle staffers out of frustration. I read a story about him being really drunk at a bar in New York. And someone came up to him to tell him that they were a fan, like just politely to say, oh, I'm a fan. And he was drunk and just started mocking them, saying everything that they were saying back to them and being just such a douche. Like, I think we should probably rank Ellen, James Corden, and Jimmy Fallon. It's like if Jimmy's in a bad mood, everyone's day is fucked. People wouldn't joke around in the office, and they wouldn't stand around and talk to each other. It was very much like focus on whatever it is that you have to do because Jimmy's in a bad mood, and if he sees that, he might fly off. We're up against it was a commonly used phrase around the office among employees, they say, to warn each other if Fallon was not having a good day. And therefore, everyone else was in for a rough one as well. We're up against it. I'm going to use this from now on. If I get to stream and I'm not in a good mood, I'm just going to start off and be like, we're up against it. Okay, Quantarage, you're up against it. Over the years, there have been rumors and gossip items about his relationship with alcohol. Like I said, everyone in New York knows he's an alcoholic. In 2016, the New York Post ran a story alleging that executives were concerned about his drinking. He denied this in a New York Times profile published in 2017, saying, I could never do a day-to-day job if I was drinking every night. That's just kicking you when you're down. Or drinking during the day as well. It's not just drinking at night, my friend. Also, this is Hollywood. A lot of famous drunk people who they managed to do their job. But 2 employees say that they saw Fallon seemingly inebriated at work in 2017. Another 2 employees say on separate occasions in 2019 and 2020, they thought they smelled alcohol on his breath when they entered an elevator with him during the workday. According to 8 former employees, his behaviors seemed to be dependent on if he appeared to be hungover from the night before. When something was wrong, we all knew how to behave afterwards, which was just sort of avoid eye contact and don't make another mistake. It would happen over the smallest thing. We would have to shut the whole thing down, the sketch isn't happening, and when things like that would happen, you would just beat yourself up. The erratic nature of the talk show host's behavior led to widespread fear around those who interacted with him. Sometimes we would get nice Jimmy, but that sometimes was not a lot. It was just really, really sad to me that this allegedly really talented man created such a horrible environment for the people there. One employee says, depending on Fallon's mood, they felt like his notes and feedback could be passive-aggressive, personal insults as opposed to constructive criticism. They say he would write comments like, are you okay? Seriously, do you need help? I just want to take a minute and pop over here for a second. So if anybody's ever read Bossy Pants, which is Tina Fey's memoir, there is a part in Bossy Pants where she talks about an exchange between Amy Poehler and Jimmy Fallon. And it's probably one of my favorite parts of the book, and it's solidified that Amy Poehler is just a boss-ass bitch. Amy Poehler was new to SNL, and we were all crowded into the 17th floor writer's room waiting for the Wednesday night read-through to start. Amy was in the middle of some such nonsense with Seth Meyers across the table, and she did something vulgar as a joke. I can't remember what it was exactly, except that it was dirty and loud and unladylike. Jimmy Fallon turned to her and in a faux squeamish voice said, "Stop that, it's not cute, I don't like it." Amy dropped what she was doing, went black in the eyes for a second, and wheeled around on him. "I don't fucking care if you like it." Jimmy was visibly startled. Amy went right back to enjoying her ridiculous bit. With that exchange, a cosmic shift took place. Amy made it clear that she wasn't there to be cute. She wasn't there to play wives and girlfriends in the boys' scenes. She was there to do what she wanted to do, and she did not fucking care if you like it. Sorry, Jimmy. Amy doesn't give a fuck. Does faux squeamish mean he was joking? I think it was like a, stop that, it's not cute, I don't like it. Like that. Not like he was actually, this to me, I take this as he is actually offended by it, but is pretending to not be offended by it by being like, ooh, no, I don't like that. And she was like, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Okay. 2 employees remember witnessing Fallon scold the crew member who was in charge of his cue cards in the middle of a taping with comedian Jerry Seinfeld. They say it was an uncomfortable moment. Seinfeld told Fallon to apologize to the cue card production member. Bro, if Jerry Seinfeld is berating you and telling you to apologize, you done fucked up. Which then Fallon allegedly did. The employees say that this incident, which felt awkward to watch, did not make it to the version of the show that appeared on television. It was very awkward, and Jerry Seinfeld was like, you should apologize to him, almost trying to make it a joke. It was one of the strangest moments ever, and so many people were there, so it's kind of hard to forget. Okay. In the summer of 2020, a video of Fallon in blackface during an SNL skit resurfaced online. Oh yeah, remember that? The talk show host tweeted an apology for the video, saying, in 2000, while on SNL, I made a terrible decision to do an impersonation of Chris Rock while in blackface. There's no excuse for this. I'm very sorry. Yada, yada, yada. When he publicly addressed the video, employees say that there was an internal uproar because staff members weren't happy that the talk show host didn't directly acknowledge the incident with them. It's the first time I'd ever seen the video, and even though I was told, oh, this resurfaced again. So I'm sure for many other people on staff, especially younger folks, it was probably the first time they were seeing it too. The same former employee says that when the clip started going viral online, senior leadership wanted to sweep it under the rug. I asked, are we going to use this as an educational moment? Are we going to be a pillar of change and be the role model as an example for the future? Bro, this is Jimmy Fallon. What? The showrunner at the time did implement regular internal diversity and culture meetings. Oh, because we know that internal diversity and culture meetings fixes racism. Some employees say that they were hopeful that he wanted to make lasting changes at the show, but they were let down a few months later when Granette Bearderman, apparently the new showrunner, took over. She began bullying and mistreating staff. Okay, so then this just gets into like racism that happened on the set of The Tonight Show. Classic. So it sounds like there were a couple shitty showrunners as well. So here's the end of the article. In 2021, The Tonight Show, which is produced by Universal Television, Broadway Video and Fallon's production company, was renewed by NBC until 2026. Even though there's been a shift in leadership in the past year with Miller taking over in 2022, staffers say the show's track record of a revolving door of showrunners, as well as Fallon's alleged behavior and alleged talent, leave them pessimistic about what the future of The Tonight Show will look like. Employees say that they want to see long-term changes in the work environment at The Tonight Show. They also say they want Fallon and NBC, who are well aware of The Tonight Show's past issues, to be held accountable and take employees' concerns seriously to change the environment for the better. I love The Tonight Show and I love comedy. I gave my heart and soul to that place. I want to see them succeed and do well, but for that to happen, there are major changes that need to take place, starting with Jimmy. They all need to dig their heads out of the sand and do something about the very obvious problems that we all know are happening. So, this happened earlier. So this article dropped today. They added an edit. And then this happened. Jimmy Fallon had a staff-wide Zoom meeting to address the Rolling Stone report. Following an investigation by Rolling Stone into the workplace environment at The Tonight Show, the talk show host and showrunner Chris Miller addressed employees in a Zoom call on Thursday evening. God, I would have loved to be in that Zoom call. For a report published Thursday morning, Rolling Stone spoke with 2 current and 14 former staffers who said that Fallon's erratic behavior and the show's ever-changing leadership teams had fostered an unhealthy work environment. Employees say that their mental health was impacted by their alleged experiences, and many employees say they made complaints to HR. 2 employees who were in the meeting says Fallon apologized and said he did not intend to create that type of atmosphere for the show. My question is always like, yeah, of course you didn't intend. But I kind of like, I wonder if ever anyone will be like, oh yeah, no, I did intend. I intended, wait, what's the Sue Sylvester mean? I am going to make an atmosphere that is so toxic, people will have to get therapists and create what are called crying rooms. I am going to make a work environment so bad. I'm sorry I got caught. Yeah. It's embarrassing and I feel so bad, the employees say that Fallon said. Sorry if I embarrassed you and your family and friends. I feel so bad I can't even tell you. This is so strange. Sorry I embarrassed you and your family and friends? Like, what? What is he talking about? I feel so bad I can't even tell you. Embarrassing you and your family and friends. Like, okay. According to the employees who say that the message from the talk show felt pretty earnest, Fallon also acknowledged the amount of turnover that The Tonight Show has had in regard to its showrunners. They say that Fallon emphasized the current showrunner Chris Miller is a great leader and isn't going anywhere. I want the show to be fun. It should be inclusive to everybody. It should be the best show. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Was he drunk? Who knows? Probably. Representatives for Fallon and NBC did not immediately return requests for comments. A spokesperson for NBC defended the program in a statement. And yeah, I guess that's it. I love how all these years later, he's like, I want this show to be fun. This should be the best show. This is coming after multiple showrunners have come and gone. Multiple employees have quit due to it being a very unfun place to work. I don't know. I mean, they don't give us much from this Zoom call, but it does feel like maybe he was drunk and he's like, I just want it to be fun. It should be the best show. I'm sorry I embarrassed you and your family and friends. I feel bad. I just want this to be fun. Oh, baby. Are you guys having fun? People are like, you owe me $1,000 in therapist fees.
Friends, chaos, comedy, and crying rooms? That is the title of the explosive new Rolling Stone.
I feel like the woman who hosts this is me if my energy and cringeness was ratcheted up just a little bit more.
Investigation into Jimmy Fallon. Yeah. And and The Tonight Show. So listen up. 16 current and former staffers have come forward with allegations about Fallon's erratic behavior. They say they were belittled, intimidated, afraid of Fallon's outbursts, and yes, even used dressing rooms as crying rooms. Okay, you know, Miguel, we're gonna kick this off with you. I know you come from the comedy
The audience. Ooh, that's what I need you guys to do, okay? I need chat to get it together, and I need you to behave like a talk show audience, okay? So I need oohs, I need ahs, I need laughter, I need group laughter, okay?
world, and Jimmy Fallon is like revered in that world. We all know and love him as this affable, likable kind of every guy.
Yeah.
What is your reaction to what seems
I need
to be a very
applause.
opposite picture being painted of him?
You know, this paired with the Ellen stuff that happened last year, was it, or whatever, where people who present themselves as so affable and kind and likable, being
And there's always one person who's laughing a little too loudly.
this way backstage is kind of a scary thing, you know? It makes it seem like these dream jobs, they get vaulted into this position where you should just be happy that you have the job, no matter how the treatment's gonna be. And I think that culture needs to change. I think every job should be a job that you want to be at and where you're treated.
Oh, you can make channel point routines of oohs and clapping. That's great, because I've been trying to figure out what to do with channel points.
Well and compensated properly. It's kind of what the strikes are about in the States right now, you know, especially as it relates to writers. And there's that anecdote in there about how Jerry Seinfeld was on the show, and Jimmy was so rude to the cue card employee that Jerry Seinfeld was like, hey, you have to apologize to that person. I don't know if you know this.
I also need emotes. That's like a sign that says ooh, a sign that says applause. And whenever I'm talking about celebrities or pop culture events, you guys will just put those in chat.
Jerry Seinfeld is not known as the nicest guy in the world. Yeah, that's his whole reputation.
Yeah, he's curmudgeonly, right?
If he's seeing Jimmy being like, chill out, buddy, then must be pretty bad.
It's just amazing that he got to this level in his career, and this is the first time being called out. And
that's actually
it's
not the
disconnect
truth,
when
Ellen.
you think of, like, I've always thought of him as being,
for the
he
4
looks
months.
like sort of like a teenage or like a young kid in like an adult body. But maybe that's exactly it. Like maybe his personality is still like a bratty, tantrumy, erratic, self-centered child, and he never grew out of that.
They're
and
going
then he's got all this
in.
power and this influence. But I wondered if you were like thinking about like the comedy angle. Like comedians, hate to say it, have a reputation of being quite like they're either
I gotta get on
and they're
this
funny,
show.
or they're kind of like low down.
I don't know what you mean, Cynthia. I'm having a great day every day.
But like, is there any empathy? Again, it sounds like a terrible story if it's true. These are all allegations at this point. But like, is there any empathy that comes forward if maybe he finds out that he has, you know, some emotional issues going on?
Yeah, I mean, there's empathy there, but if you want to be a leader in a leadership position, especially in something as fast-moving as television, I think you have to have a certain way that you treat people that is just based on respect.
Yeah.
You know, like Tina Fey said this famous thing in her book where she was like, she'll hire a slightly worse or less funny writer than someone else if she likes them. Because in TV, you end up spending, 10, 12 hours a day with someone. You want it to be someone that you enjoy being around.
Yep.
And I think that should be the person in charge as well. I'm not saying it's an easy job.
This is the social CTV.
No, it's very interesting because I actually, in the beginning of my career, had an experience. Before I was on camera, I was behind the scenes as a producer. And I worked on a late night talk show. And none of this story with Jimmy Fallon, I know it's shocking to you guys, but none of this is shocking to me.
That's
because
what I'm
I've had
saying.
these experiences several times. And I worked on this one particular show where there was a senior level, middle-aged man who was at that show, and he terrorized everybody. And I'm talking everything from yelling at people in closed doors to the point where they were in the fetal position crying, to walking through the office and randomly grabbing people by the face and kissing them on the lips. That's men or women, visitors, employees. This happened all the time. Outbursts, yelling at people, screaming, knocking everything off the table. And the worst part is nobody ever complained because there's a bigger idea here. These shows cost millions of dollars to produce. So if you have a problem with the person who's at the helm, well, what you're saying is if we address this problem, well, then we have to talk to this person, and that means the show's probably gonna get canceled. And what people at home don't see is the hundreds of people who are behind the scenes who will be affected. So what they do is they handle these situations quietly, and they brush them aside or they push them underneath the rug. And then later on, we have these types of situations where everybody is talking about it and past employees are coming forward. But this is nothing new. This happens all the time. And
Yeah, you
I
should
think
see
it's-
Cynthia backstage. She's like a drill sergeant.
I was going to
She
say,
comes
I'm glad you
at
said
me.
it.
I didn't want to say anything.
You
And-
know,
I'm a guest. I can get away
I'm
with
glad you said it, but
Sorry,
I'm
also,
joking, I'm
also
joking.
to your point, you said something. I'm like, I think those types of positions also expose you
Laugh.
to who you truly are.
Laugh
It has
now.
nothing to do with you being a comedian. If you're a bad person, fame and money is just going to expose all of that bad.
I agree.
behavior.
Yeah, it's a good point. What I jumped on, which I really, really like, is the fact that we are in a different era, right? So this is coming out in Rolling Stone magazine, and we are now post of the big debut of the Me Too era, and we're already now post Harvey Weinstein.
debut.
And if anybody has seen,
The big, I don't know why, but the big debut of the Me Too era, it sounds like it's a show or something. Oh yeah, Miss Me Too had her big debut. It was fabulous. There was a write-up in the New York Times.
the movie She Said. I think it's actually on Crave right now. It is about the two New York Times female reporters who wrote and published the story about Harvey Weinstein that ultimately, as we now know, has led him in jail.
Yeah.
Guilty as charged, in jail.
Rikers
And
jail.
like, big time.
That's big time.
But what we learned from that, if you haven't watched it, is that
I
people
like how
think,
she goes,
oh, if somebody makes an
Rikers.
allegation, and I'm just going to write a story about it because I want to cancel you. No, 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 no. It is really, really hard to reach the bar to which a publication like Rolling Stone or New York Times is going to publish something that damning about somebody as famous as Jimmy Fallon.
Yeah.
So while these are all allegations, I just look at numbers. 16 former or current employees.
Yep, it's a lot of
That's
people.
not two people, which, by the way, two people probably should be enough.
Yeah.
But it's 16 people. Now, you might say he's been on the air
That's
for a
a lot of
decade. How many
people.
people have worked there? Are these just disgruntled employees? Were they just mad at Jimmy one day and now they're all coming at him? I don't believe that. I think the allegations have to be looked into. And I do believe in this, you know, I don't want to say post-Me Too era, but we have to believe these
Okay, this is the type of show that I need. I need the social CTV, but I need it like on Twitch.
people and hold people to power, in power, to account.
I know, but it all comes down to money, Mel. It all comes down to money. Holding those people accountable means that the money goes away, and there's a lot of money on the table with these big shows.
Wait, ironically, I worked with Andrea and she was kind of mean on set. LOL. Wait, which one is Andrea? Which one?
Is NBC going to do anything?
Get him
We'll wait and
help.
see.
The
They should make him laugh a little less.
Quantex.
Yeah.
Can't trust anyone who laughs
Sure.
that much.
Sure.
Something's off.
Good point. Hey there, what did you think?
Oh, really? Oh, no. The black host is Andrea. She was kind of mean. Oh, no. Is anybody not an asshole? One thing I remember about the other hosts is that they all have portions of their show where they interact with the staff of the show, whether it's cue card holders, writers, or other crew members. But then you get to Jimmy's. Yes. Kimmel, for instance, he always has his head writers coming out and doing bits. Miguel is nice. I can't believe you asked some tea on the social CTV. Yeah, Jimmy Fallon, I didn't even think about that. He doesn't do anything with the writers or the show. Like, he doesn't have them be a part of the show. It's all about him. Also, if you just search Jimmy Fallon on Twitter today, so many people are posting clips about him where they're like, yeah, we knew that this man was not to be trifled with. There's one clip where like Rami Malek grabs his hand when he appeared on the Tonight Show, and Jimmy looks so uncomfortable and grabs his hand away. There's just a lot of moments like that where people they got the receipts. They are pulling them out on Jimmy Fallon. Okay, so somebody said, what's going on with all these talk show hosts being horrible people? Jimmy Fallon, James Corden, Ellen, Oprah. I don't think Oprah's as bad as them. I think Oprah is a billionaire. So, like, that comes with the territory. But I'm going to tell you what it is. I'm going to tell you what it is. It's when someone makes their whole persona, their stage presence, their brand being the nice guy, the nice gal, like wholesome and nice, it's going to be even more of a stark contrast when it turns out they're actually an asshole. And I think there's definitely something there where someone who's an asshole leans heavily into the nice guy, nice gal persona. You know what I mean? I don't think someone who is not as notorious of an asshole is going to lean as heavily into that. It's the same with the wife guy. Yes. Wife guy and nice guy, nice gal persona it overlaps. It overlaps because and then it ends up never being true. Here's what I'll say the difference is. I don't think that's her shtick, though. I don't think Oprah's shtick is being the wholesome, you know, family-friendly talk show host. Not in the way that an Ellen, a James Corden, or a Jimmy Fallon is. Oprah's a perfectionist, expects it from everyone she works with. Yeah. That's like, to me, not surprising at all. But I like hearing things about Oprah does not seem to be in contrast to who Oprah is as a host and an entertainer, as much as, you know, finding out that Ellen is the biggest piece of shit on the planet. I wonder if they're gonna out Jimmy's alleged friends with benefits elations. What? Oprah found out about the Duggars and Josh and canceled the junket with them and reported Josh to CPS police. Yeah, no, listen, Oprah's done a lot of good stuff. She is a billionaire. So, like I said, she's a billionaire. So, she is going to behave a certain way. And she also is a self-made billionaire. So, of course, she is relentless and a perfectionist and probably ran a really tight ship. But again, her whole thing was not that she wasn't a Paula Deen, right? Like Paula Deen's whole thing was that she was the nice Southern, you know, the Southern granny, and then it turns out she's a huge fucking racist. Okay, when I say self-made billionaire, I mean as much as you can be. Oprah is absolutely more of a self-made billionaire than a Kylie Jenner or an Elon Musk or a Jeff Bezos. Oprah, you know, nobody gave Oprah, no one gave Oprah $500,000. A Donald Trump, yes. Oprah wasn't a Nepo baby. Oprah doesn't come from familial wealth. I did. Yeah. She really did build an empire. Yeah, and to do so as a Black woman was just a whole other added challenge. Okay, I'm not going to get into Oprah's history, but that's why I think putting Oprah in that category of, well, Oprah sucks too. Well, yeah, billionaires do suck. Just inherently. But I'm talking about specifically talk show hosts whose whole thing is like, I'm just the silly goofy guy, but I'm actually a horrible demon. I'm just the silly games with Ellen, carpool karaoke with James Gordon. I don't trust that shit. Just a silly little guy. Evil. Actually evil. All right, let me pull up this thing on Danny Masterson. In fairness, Oprah's associated with and promote a ton of really shitty people. Totally. I'm not saying that Oprah has not done really shitty things at all. I'm just not putting her in the category of a James and Ellen or a Jimmy as far as like what their whole shtick is. Yeah. Only times James Corden's bearable is in the movie Begin Again because he's not playing himself. He's only in it for like 20 or 30 minutes. I don't understand how that man has a career. That's what I'm going to say. I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't get how he's done Broadway. He's done movies. He got the late show with James. I don't get it. He is someone that I will never understand. The accent, is that what it is?
Y'all should know me well enough. Bitch better have my money.
Anonymous donated $3. I keep seeing chatters link a People article that are downplaying the statements made by staff. It's a PR article made by NBC and there is one anecdote in that article saying Jimmy is a good guy, don't fall for the bullshit, guys.
I didn't see anyone linking that. It was probably one person who's like the one Jimmy Fallon stan who's pissed off that I said he's allegedly funny. Anonymous, thank you for the dono. No, I think 99.9% of people in chat are in agreement. Yeah, it really probably is the same person or someone who just has alt accounts. Because let me tell you right now, there's not more than one guy in here who is willing to lay down their life to defend Jimmy Fallon. Mod check. Hello. Jimmy, I think aside from the people who watch The Tonight Show, I think Jimmy Fallon has earned the reputation as not deserving to be where he is. Like, people don't get why he was given The Tonight Show. Like, I don't know people who are, I don't know a single person who's a big Jimmy Fallon fan, really. And instead, I hear people talk about how he was one of the worst parts of SNL, that he frequently ruined sketches because his whole thing was just to be the person who broke. Yeah, that he's notoriously shitty. Like, this is, you know, when I'm talking about this, people aren't that shocked. But also because we've seen the fallout of James Corden, we've seen the fallout of Ellen, and we've seen just the fallout of any person who pretends to be this way. It's me. I am the Jimmy stan. Yeah, and like I said, you know, he famously is a fence sitter. Famously. Because his whole thing was appealing to middle America. His whole thing was he wanted to be the guy that MAGA people watched. MAGA people hated Jimmy Fallon. Or sorry, MAGA people hated Jimmy Kimmel. Despised Stephen Colbert. Detested Seth Meyers. So Jimmy Fallon was the guy who they could watch because he was not an enemy of Donald Trump. Nick Pollum is Jimmy Fallon of Twitch. You said it. Yeah, so he wanted to be in that spot where he didn't have to be controversial. He didn't talk about politics. And in fact, he had Donald Trump on his show before. And like has that whole bit where he's ruffling his hair or something like that. Rubbed his head. Yeah. Exactly. Anyway, okay, we're gonna switch over and talk about Danny Masterson. I'm gonna run to the bathroom And then we will say R.I.P. Bozo. You can get him ready. You can get him ready. My cord. My James cord and is stuck. Okay, so TLDR on the Danny Masterson case. I covered this extensively previously. Danny Masterson, who is of the Masterson acting family, there are a total of 4 of them, I think, who are working actors. His sister, Alana Masterson, who was on The Walking Dead. His 2 brother, Jordan Masterson, who I actually played softball with. He's actually a cool dude. Hopefully he doesn't support his brother. And then the other Masterson, whose name I can't remember, who was on Malcolm, Francis from Malcolm in the Middle. Yeah. So they are an acting family. Danny Masterson starred on that 70s show, and he is also a part of the Church of Scientology. And in fact, I think all of the Mastersons were, I think they grew up in the church, but some of them are not in the church anymore, or at least they're not open about it. But Danny is very high up in the church, and in fact, it was the church who protected him as he was drugging and assaulting women who were also members of Scientology. So famously, the Church of Scientology is very powerful. They have extreme methods of intimidation that include stalking and threats and harassment. If you leave the Church of Scientology, you never really leave because they will not let you go. The Church of Scientology will never, ever, ever let you go free. Yes, Leah Remini is famously left the Church of Scientology and has pretty much made it her mission to bring them down. Yes, it's a cult, not a church, of course. The cult of Scientology. So, back in the early 2000s, Danny Masterson drugged and raped multiple women that we know of, that came forward. There may be others, we don't know, but as far as this case was concerned, there were 3 or 4 different women who accused him of drugging and raping them. So the case happened. It ended up being a mistrial. Months went by and they had to restart the trial. And that came to a conclusion. I think it's been a couple months now. And he was found guilty on 2 counts. And today, he was sentenced to 30 years to life in prison, which really is astonishing considering what the average sentence is for rape in this country. 30 years to life is astronomical. Yeah, so that's a big ol' RIP bozo. And especially considering that he's famous, to get 30 years to life in prison is, it's great. Fuck him. Right now, he is, how old is he? Danny Masterson, age. He's 47 years old. So it's safe to assume that he'll probably spend the rest of his life in prison. Or if he gets out, he'll be a very old man. Yeah, he'll be a very old man because it's 30 years to life. You can murder someone and get a shorter sentence. Yes, this is true. But also, most rapists who are sentenced don't get 30 years to life. It's very rare that that a victim of rape sees any justice whatsoever, but to see justice this way is even rarer, more rare. Scientology as a whole has got to be protected by people in government, right? There's no way any other org with political ties would get away with the stuff they do. Yeah, I mean, Scientology has deep, 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 deep roots. They have a ton of money. They have a ton of power. And they just, for the most part, keep getting away with it. But not today. Not today. And this was the first time that there has been a case where the Church of Scientology was also on trial alongside Danny Masterson, even though the judge wanted to make it very clear that the church was not to be involved in this case, you know, on both the defense and the prosecutor's end. This case very much so put the cult of Scientology on trial alongside Danny Masterson.
We have breaking news for you. The sentencing has come down for the former That 70s Show actor, Danny Masterson, who was convicted of raping 2 women back in May. I want to bring in NBC Entertainment reporter Chloe Milas. Chloe, arguably the most high-profile person since Harvey Weinstein, since the Me Too movement. What do we know?
So we know that he has been sentenced to 15 years on count 1, 15 years on count 2. That's 30 years. These sentences will run consecutively. We heard from the victims. They gave impact statements today. His family, his wife, Bijou Phillips, was sitting in the courtroom. We had a reporter in the courtroom. Danny Masterson chose not to speak today. We're waiting for a statement from his attorney on this. And we know that his attorney was arguing today that 30 years would be unjust and that, you know, at the most 15 years and then eventually being, you know, released on parole. But that is not the sentence that he was given today. We have heard from Jane Doe's 2 and 3. And in a statement, their attorney is saying that these women displayed tremendous strength and bravery by coming forward to law enforcement and participating directly in 2 grueling criminal trials. Now, these allegations from these women, there are 2 alleged rapes that took place over 2 decades ago that took place allegedly at Masterson's Hollywood Hills home. These were women that were in the Church of Scientology. Danny Masterson is still in the Church of Scientology. These women claimed, and they claimed in the trial, that they were silenced by the church. The church has come out and denied this. Now, we have reached out to the Church of Scientology for a further statement on this, but obviously this is something that we have all been watching, and this comes after an original mistrial being, tried once again for these crimes.
Why is do you hear about Scientology in Hollywood? Somebody asked. The base of Scientology is here in Hollywood. They have the biggest church. The main members, the famous members of Scientology are here. But Scientology has churches all over the world now. They have spread like a virus. But yes, Hollywood is the epicenter of the cult of Scientology.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. Drama in court today as Danny Masterson, a star of That 70s Show, was sentenced to 30 years to life in prison, the maximum time he was facing after being found guilty of 2 counts of forcible rape. Jim Murray is at the courthouse with the latest.
Yeah. Drama in court today. Danny Masterson found guilty of rape. Gape? Oh my God, I can't even speak.
No mercy for Danny Masterson. The actor sentenced today to the max, 30 years to life in prison for raping 2 women.
What is this, Kyron?
To the max, 30 years.
What is going on with Inside Edition? This Chiron is so strange. 30 years to life with the what figure is this again? With the scales of justice? Did their graphic designer quit that day and they had to use the intern? What? Looks like they made it in MS Paint. Like, what? Lady Justice. Someone just Googled Lady Justice and then added this 30 years to life text. Graphic design is my passion. Oh my God.
Years to life in prison for raping 2 women. Inside the courtroom, Masterson sat stone-faced as his victims addressed the court. One said the world is a better place with him locked up, while the other called the once respected actor a coward and a monster. Nisha Trout says Masterson invited her to his house.
What is going on? Is this real? What in the clip art? I thought Inside Edition was a serious publication. This is so weird. Like, I think we get it. I think we know that that's who you know, is you want us to focus on because she's in the center of the frame. I think we understand. Okay, not serious. You know what I meant, though. I didn't know it was like they're using clip art up in here.
House in 2003, where she testified.
Hey, I'm celebrity news, and I would say I'm serious sometimes. I'm not using clip art, okay?
Supplied her with wine before forcing himself on her. Another Masterson accuser, Chrissy Bixler, told actress Leah Remini she was dating the actor when he attacked her.
He just kind of chuckled. He started laughing, and he said, "Oh, I had sex with you last night." And I said, "Was I unconscious?"
Yeah,
And
he's a bad
he said,
guy.
"Yeah."
The jury deadlocked on
He's
Chrissy
a
Bixler's
bad
case,
guy.
but he was convicted on 2 counts of raping Nisha Trout and another
Oh,
woman.
I'm sorry. I need the clip art back. I don't know. I need the clip art or else I don't know who we're talking about.
Nisha and Chrissy held hands as they left court. Their attorney said in a statement, "These courageous women helped hold a ruthless sexual predator accountable." Kathy Jenkins says she too was raped by Masterson 20 years ago, but did not press charges.
Do you
I wanted
see
to
it?
support the other girls. I wasn't able to have a victim statement, but I just thought there would be kind of power in numbers.
Masterson's wife, actress Bijou Phillips, was also in the courtroom. She's been a fixture by his side throughout his...
By the way, I covered this when I talked about Danny Masterson a couple months ago, but Bijou Phillips is the daughter of I think the lead singer of the Mamas and the Papas. He's dead now, but he molested her. She is a victim of her father's, and now she's married to Danny Masterson, and they have a daughter. Yeah, it's real dark. It's real dark.
His trials.
Yeah, she looked very...
Oh, wait, I'm so sorry. Sorry. Hold on. I fucked up. No. She is the sister of... It's China Phillips, correct? Who is... One of her sisters was molested by the father. Bijou Phillips protected and supported the dad. Yes. Mackenzie. Okay, I can't remember which name it was, but it was one. There are multiple siblings in this family. One of the sisters was molested by the father, went public with what happened, regarding what happened to her, and Bijou Phillips took the side of her father. Yeah, so now she is married to a rapist. She's not winning here. She's not making great choices here when it comes to choosing men who are monsters over the women who are the victims of said monsters.
Emotional, even though she wasn't sobbing in the courtroom. I did see her in the hallway, and she had some tears, and she put her sunglasses down over her face.
Now Bijou Phillips faces the prospect of raising their daughter alone, while Masterson's attorneys are vowing to appeal.
Mr. Masterson did not commit the crimes for which he has been convicted, and we are confident that these convictions will be overturned.
Danny Masterson's a member of the Church of Scientology. There had been allegations that church officials had pressured the victims to stay silent. That's something the church denies.
Yeah. Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis writing letters in support of him is so disappointing. Did they do that recently? Because I know that Ashton has been asked repeatedly about Danny Masterson and if he believes he's guilty or innocent, and he kind of wouldn't comment on it, of course, and said, we'll wait to see what happens in the trial. The truth will come out, that kind of thing. I feel like Ashton and Mila would not be writing a letter of support now because they know how that would look. So if they did in fact do that, it would have been prior to this trial outcome. But yeah, I mean, Ashton and Danny were still friends. I mean, they rebooted that 70s show and Danny was a part of it, or they had some iteration of the show. Did Ashton go into Scientology? So I have heard that Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis are in the church. I have heard that. They had a show called The Ranch. Okay, Danny was yeah, his last role was on the Netflix show The Ranch along with Ashton Kutcher, but he was written off the show in 2017 following the allegation. So that was the last time that he was an actor. Celebs are secretly in the church now. Yes, they are. I think there are quite a few celebrities who are still in the Church of Scientology. Some of them are not secretly in the church, but they just don't talk about it. Like Elizabeth, what's her fucking name? Elizabeth, Moss. Yeah, Elizabeth Moss is a Scientologist, which is ironic given that she starred in The Handmaid's Tale. So people know she's in it. She just doesn't publicly talk about it. I think most people who are in the church that we know of, they don't make it a habit to talk about being in Scientology because they know the reputation that the church has. They know the response that people have when they find out that someone's in Scientology. An ABC 7 reporter says that Mila and Ashton wrote letters that were given to the judge before today. I just picked up the letters from Masterson's family and friends to Judge Almeida ahead of today's sentencing, still going through them, but actors Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis both speak highly of their friend, now convicted rapist. Oh, boy. Oh, yeah, that's giving Iggy Azalea writing a fucking essay to the judge who was presiding over Tory Lane's trial. You know, if Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher would pick me as the person to stay in their Airbnb, maybe I could ask them these questions. Maybe I could get their side. You know, I could be a voice for them. If they were to choose me to stay in their Airbnb, I could get down to the bottom of things. And that's why they didn't pick you. Yeah, I didn't know that this was a thing until Tory Lanez and Meg Thee Stallion's trial. I didn't know that celebrities write letters to judges when their friend is on trial for a crime. But I guess that's what the celebrities be writing. They be writing, I guess. Yes, it has to do with asking for leniency. Yeah. They are they are witnesses. They are testing to this person, saying they are a good person, blah, blah, blah. I ask you for leniency. They're trying to use their celebrity status and also just, you know, as someone who knows this person. I know it's not a celebrity thing. I guess I was just surprised because these letters are public. These are not private letters, as Iggy Azalea found out. She thought that the letter she wrote to the judge was a private letter. And that's why she wrote what she wrote. She had no idea that people would find out. If I were the judge, I would see those letters and increase their sentence. Yeah, every letter, 10 more years. Tory Lanez and Danny had the same attorneys. Yeah, thank God that attorney is not, you know, is just adding L's to their record. Yeah, no, these are published by the clerk's office. Right, exactly. So if I were a celebrity who's writing a letter in support of a buddy who's a monster, I would think twice about it because those letters are public record. It's something where I think today it really does feel like justice has been served, which is so rare, especially in the case of sexual assault and rape. It's really, really hard to convict someone in a criminal trial, particularly when the alleged assault happened decades prior. I mean, really, this was a very difficult undertaking to prove that Danny Masterson was guilty in a criminal trial. And that's why most people will end up going to a civil trial, because it's really hard to prove guilt in a criminal trial. That's what's happening with Nick Carter right now. Pretty much when you see that there is a lawsuit, when there's a trial and a celebrity and it has to do with sexual assault, it will typically be a lawsuit. It will typically be a civil trial because it's easier to win that way. This is also a celebrity, and you know, somebody with power, somebody with money and means. So to see somebody like this face justice for their actions, that's another big W. And this is the Church of Scientology. Like I said, the Church of Scientology keeps getting away with it. They are a monstrous cult, and they keep getting away with it. And so this is really like the first time that they have lost, that they didn't get away with it. Iggy didn't know it would be, she did not know her letter would be public. No, she did not know. She tweeted out that she didn't know her letter would be public. Yeah. Damn. It's good to see this. I wonder what his family is thinking, man. I wonder. Because his other siblings have always seemed decent. And I wonder, this would be tough. This would be a really, really hard position to be in. Are there a lot of Scientologists in the entertainment industry? I think what I always say is that there's more than you think. There's the ones that everybody knows about, John Travolta, Tom Cruise, Danny Masterson. Like, there are the Scientologists that everybody knows as Scientologists, but then there are other ones who kind of go under the radar, who are secretly in the Church of Scientology, but are just not, it's not public about it. Do the judges actually read the letters? I don't know. I can't tell you that. I think so. Will Smith. Mm-hmm. I think I bet you they're having a hard time recruiting younger Scientology members. Typically, in a cult like Scientology, they will have families. So a family that grew up in the church, and so multiple family members are part of the church, spouses. Jenna Elfman, for instance, who is married to Jenna Elfman, who is married to Bodie Elfman, who's the brother of Danny Elfman, famous composer who's worked a lot with Tim. Tim, I'm blanking. I just talked about him. Tim Burton. Yeah, Tim Burton. Jenna Elfman's a huge member of the church. She's big crazy. Yeah, Tim Pool. Jenna Elfman's big crazy. And she married. Actually, let me get this right. I'm pretty sure Bodie Elfman was the Scientologist, and then Jenna Elfman became a Scientologist because she married him. So that happens a lot too, that a spouse marries into the church. So I imagine, though, that they're probably having a hard time recruiting new members, younger members. You know, Gen Z. Like, can you imagine Gen Z joining Scientology? I can't. What would you do if you found out that Jenna Ortega is in Scientology? Leah Remini did a really good interview with Paul Scheer and June Diane on How Did This Get Made? I love that podcast. Yeah, you find out that, like, Jenna Ortega's in the church, that, I don't know, who's another really popular Gen Z actor? Like the Riverdale kids. Everyone, they're all Scientologists. Oh my God, Zendaya. I would fall apart if I found out Zendaya was a Scientologist. Timothée Chalamet. You know that Club Chalamet would just then suddenly become a Scientologist as well. If it turns out that Timothée Chalamet is in the Church of Scientology, Club Chalamet is signing up ASAP. The Chalamet stands are getting involved. Me? You'll never know. You'll never know. All right, we are going to talk about being single and how expensive it is. Can we afford to be single? Are we forced into matrimony? This is a very current topic. I've seen a lot of discussion on this. I've seen quite a few YouTube videos. I've seen articles. I've seen tweets. People are talking about how expensive it is to be single. Newsflash, it's very expensive. Like I said, the new way to pick someone up, you go to a bar, you know, whatever, you're at Starbucks, You look at someone, you go, single in this economy? Me too. We should combine forces. Yeah, it's very expensive. Okay, so let's watch this. This is Bryony Claire. She made a video on this topic.
How can you tell? Well, because you've got a cat, you're wearing the I gave up pants. You make it really obvious. Oh, you've got your grocery shopping done for the week. You're hungry, huh? You want to make a salad? Yeah. Well, here's a whole bag of leaves that feeds a family of 4 perfectly. I hope you eat it quick enough that it doesn't turn soggy. Oh, no. Look what you did by being...
Okay, this is such a good point because I just want to say that I do have another person in my house, but grocery shopping is such a bitch, especially with our lifestyles. I spend so much money on groceries because groceries are hella expensive, and it's so hard. It's like you open a thing of lettuce or whatever, and you make a meal of it, but for 2 people, and then it goes bad, and then it's wasted.
Single. You ruined
Thank
all
God
the
I can
salad
eat
leaves
for
because
4
you're
people.
a sad, pathetic single person. Boo-hoo, you're the worst. Oh, you want to do some baking and have a nice little sweet treat, huh? Well, look at all these recipes. They're too hard to make smaller into a single serving. So you know what's going to happen? They're going to go to waste and get stale, and it's your fault for wasting all of those ingredients. You know what you get relegated to? The sad, lonely mug cake. That's all that you deserve. A mug cake. For losers, because that's exactly what you are. You're single and you're a loser. You seem a little bit frustrated there, dearie. Well, luckily you can hop on over to the gym to work off this building sense of frustration with the world. What a shame that you're single, because if you were a couple, you could get a cheaper membership. So it looks like you're relegated to working out at home. You know what you get to rely on? Soup cans. Time to relax at home. But wait, you can't...
That is crazy. If you're a couple, you can get a discount on a gym membership.
Afford that, silly. You're single, and rent is astronomical, even for a couple. Looks like you're going to have to be a burden on your family who will keep pressuring you to find someone and try and save
To be
you up
fair,
with second
even married, the
cousins and
salad
friends of
still goes
friends.
bad.
Oh, it doesn't
True.
matter if you're aromantic or anything. Amatonormativity is the way the whole world is built. Everyone wants to live a nuclear family life, and even if you don't, if you're not coupled up, we're going to make it so hard for you to live that you're forced to turn to it.
I've been offered a comfortable home and protection. There's a lot to be thankful for. I'm 27 years old. I've no money and no prospects. I'm already a burden to my parents.
The way that the Western world is set up is very much around this whole nuclear family idea, as I have spoken about in my child-free video. The stage is set for essentially cis-het couples to just end up together, move in by the age of 25 preferably, pool your resources, get married, have kids, and then they go on to produce more kids and blah blah blah. Obviously, hopefully, not together. That is the setup that works incredibly well with capitalism because you always have a workforce that is reproducing. But what about the fact that people are actually quite happy to stay single? What if people don't want to be in a relationship? What if people are asexual? Heck, what if people are polyamorous? This teeny weeny little box of what's acceptable doesn't really work for a lot of people, especially not these days. The term it's such a hard word to say. The term amatonormativity, said it, is the assumption that all human beings pursue love or romance, especially by means of a monogamous long-term relationship. The term was coined by Elizabeth Brake in her book Minimizing Marriage, Marriage, Morality and the Law from 2011. And if you're still unsure, go check out this awesome video by Tara Mooney, which is going to be linked for you down below. Just because I'm talking about this topic about how expensive it is to be single doesn't mean that I'm looking to get a divorce or anything. Don't worry, we're very happily married. He just doesn't like to be on camera. But I can say with 100% certainty, if we weren't together, this house, however like crappy it is, I would not be able to own it. If we weren't together, I would still be living in a flatting situation with multiple people, paying far too much for a place that is completely mold ridden. Like, that's the situation I'd be living in with no savings, okay? For context, I think it's really important to remind you that Brandon and I have been together for over a decade at this point, and we've lived together for 10 years. So we've had a long time of pooling our resources, pooling our assets, like everything asset assets, I say, when it was literally just like secondhand furniture and like able to actually buy groceries together. And we always lived with flatmates when we were flatting and stuff. And we did that for over 6 years until we were able to finally scrape together a deposit to be able to buy this house, as it had like a leak coming through, mold infested, like the carpet was blackened. It was just, oh God. Anyway, it's the first time. I'm so fortunate to like actually own.
I mean, honestly, this is why a lot of couples during COVID, when they broke up, didn't move out. I know so many people who broke up during COVID and then stayed living together because they couldn't afford for either of them to move out. So they were in a situation where they were no longer dating, and especially because not all breakups are peaceful and both parties are, on the same page, and they had to yeah, sorry for such a rude pause. Part of why celebs divorce is because they can actually afford it. Yes, they get married, they divorce. They get married, they divorce.
Most of it's with the bank, a home, because anytime we're like, oh, this place sucks, I'm like, we're not renting, because if we were renting, oh my God. I want to say as well, the mortgage on this house is cheaper than the rent that we were paying when we were even living with flatmates.
That's
okay?
disgusting.
So we're going to be talking about that issue as well. I have a lot of stats. I've got a lot of figures here that we're going to be going over. So let's just jump into it before I rant on, okay?
Everyone I know is either getting married or getting pregnant or getting promoted, and I'm getting coffee, and it's not even for me. So if that sounds like I'm okay, then you can tell them I'm okay?
Let's look ahead to what the forecast shows for finances. Is that tornado on fire? Yeah, hi, welcome to being a young person these days. Isn't it fun? How much of your income should be going to rent or mortgage? There's the 30% rule. You've probably heard of it. So that means that 30% of your take-home pay goes towards rent or your mortgage. And that is the cap limit. You're not meant to go over that, but wow, especially if you live in Aotearoa, in particular in Auckland. Have you ever paid that little? Because no, it was well over half for me. Well over, God. I wanted to find out where this rule even came from. The 30% rule has roots in 1969 public housing regulations, which kept public housing rent at 25% of a tenant's annual income, which inched up to 30% in the early 1980s. Do you hear Reaganomics anywhere? Because I do. Rather than looking at what consumers should be,
somehow, some way, it always comes back to him. It always comes back to my guy, my favorite president in history, Ronald Reagan.
Be spending on housing. However, the government selected these percentages based on what consumers were spending. However, we all know that the cost of living has increased. We know that wages have stagnated, if not actually reversed. And I want to remind you that if your salary or wage has not kept up with inflation, that is a pay cut, okay? Join a union, baby. Unions are amazing. We love unions here. I'm part of a union, very proudly. The typical American renter spent more than 46% of their income on rent in September, Benzinga reported, well above the standard 30% you would ordinarily budget for rent. Let's get to the juicy survey and unpack all of the wonderful data points that you were sharing with me. Thank you again. Huge thank you. 640 people. I was getting overwhelmed reading through them all.
Right. This is not just a rule that we pass down from generation to generation as a way of advising young people on saving. This is literally a rule when it comes to trying to rent a place. You cannot rent a place if you can show that you make 3 times the rent in most places. You might be able to get lucky. Otherwise, you have to have a co-signer. Typically a parent or someone who can demonstrate that they make this amount of money. I went through hell and back trying to rent an apartment in Los Angeles with the amount of money that I made, and I had to get a co-signer, and they wouldn't let me. I lived with a roommate, and her parents were co-signing for her. The apartment wouldn't let them co-sign for me, so then I had to go to my 90-something-year-old grandmother have her co-sign, fill out all this fucking paperwork. It was a big pain in the ass. So it's not just oh, make sure that you save 30% of money that you make every month for rent. No, it's you must make 3 times the cost of rent to be able to rent this place, or else you will not be able to. Not you won't be able to afford it, as in they will not rent it to you.
First off, geography. 46.6% are from the USA, 4.5% are from Canada, 9.2% from the UK, 3.9% Australia, 2.5% Aotearoa New Zealand, 1.3% Austria, 2.2% Finland, 1.9% France, 6.9% Germany, 2.5% Netherlands, 2.7% Poland. All of these other countries around the world too, which fall under the 1%. So I finally figured out how to actually select other for you to be able to fill it in on the Google survey after how many surveys have I done so far? So yeah, sorry. So now I can actually represent exactly what country you're from. So we got there in the end. Well, as you can see from this data, there is a heavy leaning on the USA, UK, Europe, Australasia. There were a few Asian countries and a few African countries, but it is mostly a Western kind of view on this. So bear that in mind as we're actually going through all of these survey results. I asked how much of your take-home pay goes to pay for your rent or mortgage. 32% was 0% rent-free. I put a lot of this down to actually living with family members, okay, because that's what a lot of the responses said. 0.6% were 1 to 10%, 7.5% are 10 to 20%, 14% were 20 to 30%. Now remember, 30% is where the absolute cap limit is meant to be for what you should be spending on rent or mortgage. That's meant to be the affordable limit in heavy quotation marks. 16.9% pay 30 to 40%, 11.4% pay 40 to 50%, 8.6% pay 50 to 60%, 4.1% pay 60 to 70%, 2.2% pay 70 to 80%, and 1.7% pay 80 to 90%. Truly, if you're paying over 50%, you are barely able to survive. And the people that are paying 70% plus, how are you living? I just want to know, are you just eating dust? Is that how you get through? So as you can see from this, that's 44.9% of respondents are paying more than what is considered to be, quote, affordable for their rent or mortgage. That's nearly half of the people that responded. That's just for rent. That's not insurance. That's not taxes. That's not food. That's not utilities. Nothing else. That is just for rent or mortgage. Unreasonable. Unlivable. When I removed that 32% that had 0 actually going towards rent or mortgage, that left just 22.1% of responses paying what is considered to be affordable to go towards rent or mortgage. Next, I asked what your living situation was like, and I really wanted to include an under 18 option, since that, traditionally, according to Gen X and Boomers that I've talked to, is when you get quote kicked out of home unless you're studying. So I really wanted to make sure that that was sort of there. 5.5% said I live at home with caregivers and family under the age of 18. 31.3% said I live at home with caregivers or family over 18. 3.6% I live in student accommodation. 11% I rent a room with flatmates. 1.7% I rent a room with partner. 21.6% I rent a place by myself. 13.5% I rent a place with my partner. 6.6% I own a place with my partner. 5% I own a place by myself. I'm not one bit surprised that nearly a third of respondents were actually living at home with their family over the age of 18. Doesn't surprise me at all. We've known for years about this cost of living crisis, and rent just keeps on getting more and more unaffordable every single year, as we will be talking about with data. Please don't see it as a personal failing when we're not being paid enough and rent and everyday expenses are far too high for people to be able to afford. So this is not a personal failing. This is a social, societal failing. This is what happens when profits get put over people time and time again.
Yes, because how could you be expected to afford a place on your own or even with a roommate when your wages are stagnating, have been stagnating, and the cost of living is going up? So it's like wages, cost of living, yes. And then that's not even counting college debt and all those things. So yes, of course, more people are moving at home. The pandemic really exacerbated, the number of people who moved home really exacerbated the problem of not being able to afford to rent a place. And yeah, but living at home is not an option for everyone, of course.
It's been so interesting actually reading your responses and how many people, like, the first time you move out is by yourself, because that is a completely alien concept.
And the other thing is that in America, unlike in places such as Europe, Spain specifically, that I've spent time in, we have family friends who live there, they all live together. It's like it's a thing. Okay, they don't, when they're 18, they don't move out and then they're not expected to, okay, that's it for the rest of your life. You're never living here. You're an adult now. You go out into the world, go to school, get a job, and you are never supposed to be at home ever again. That's the mindset in the United States of America here, whereas in Europe, in Asia, all over the world, there is not this cutoff at 18 where kid turns 18, boop, kick them out, they go out into the real world, never to return back home.
That, like, everybody did the same thing as what all of us do here in Aotearoa, which is, like, you go out and you rent with flatmates. You go into, like, an existing flat with flatmates. Like, you have a room, you rent a room, and that's it. When I moved out, I lived with strangers. And also, back in the UK, it's so normal to have flatmates as well. So it was so jarring to me to see how many people were living alone or wanted to live alone, because you see this little tiny 1.7% sliver of people that, like, rent a room with their partner, but with other flatmates around. That was our situation. That's most couples, at least from what I know, here in Aotearoa. And it's so much easier with flatmates because there's normally already furniture there, because you're only paying for the stuff that has to go in your room, like your bed and, like, drawers or whatever that you may need. The cutlery is already taken care of. Someone else is normally on the lease, like, and there's also just other people around who can help with the chores, and you can even possibly, like, share food and, like, split those sorts of expenses. And also the utility bills, like, you just split everything. It is so normal here that you do that. I just thought that everybody had flatmates. Like, even on the TV show Friends in the 90s, they had flatmates, except for Ross, and nobody wanted to be Ross.
I love in the show that they're, like, in Friends, they're all in their 30s. They're full-ass adults. Full-ass adults. And yet they operated like it was, it was a sorority and fraternity house. Like, it was, co-ed, college kids.
No one wants to be Ross. It's such a part of Aotearoa culture.
Just got my first interview today. Congrats. Good luck.
That you move out of home into this moldy, cramped home with multiple flatmates that you pay way too much for. Like, that is just such a standard here. I've just found, again,
Lord
that we
Janky
are
Legs,
weird
thank
here.
you for the
No
year.
surprises. But trying to find a place that's just for me is literally impossible. There are no jobs anywhere that pay near enough to cover rent, let alone any utilities, phone, internet, or insurance. Not having enough income, according to letting agencies, to be able to afford renting a place on my own. The problem is that this is decided for us. There are specific rules and requirements that a person has to meet to be able to rent on their own, especially in London where I used to live. A massive issue was that if you're a single person with a standard monthly income, it's nearly impossible to rent a flat on your own. All of my single friends live with parents, all in mid to late 20s, and non-single ones live with their partner, otherwise they can't get by. That's from Australia. My personal preference as an aromantic introvert is to live alone, but that setup is financially unfeasible for most people I know in my city right now. Rent is the biggest issue for me. I live in an area where rents are high and it would really help if I had someone to split the rent with. Unfortunately, living with flatmates is not very common where I live. It's like you're expected to either find a romantic partner to live with or live alone if you can't. I also wonder if I'll ever be able to afford to buy a home in this area by myself. All of this contributes to me feeling like I should be in a romantic relationship, even if I'm not sure if I actually want to be in one.
God, that is so... That is such a disparaged mindset that, like, the motivation to be in a relationship, to find a romantic partner, is so that you can split rent. So that you can afford a place.
That's from Finland.
Wholly aware.
First, last, security, and a small cleaning deposit. The total's at the bottom of the sheet there.
He'll take it. Sander, go get the furniture. I'll wait here. He's
Yeah,
living in
better
his
yet,
drunken
join a
parents' basement
throuple.
or something,
Exactly.
urinated on the hot plate.
Can we talk quietly over there?
Oh my God,
Let's
Fluffy!
look at rent and housing costs in comparison to income globally. Now, this
is my favorite webpage whenever I want to prove a point to someone, okay, about how unaffordable it really is. I am not a data scientist nor a statistician. If you want that, go and watch Christine.
Let's do data. Yeah. Data.
But luckily The Economist has boiled this all down for us. Sadly, this data is from 2021, but it does a really, really good job at actually showing the level of growth.
Maybe cults aren't so bad. Yeah, will the Church of Scientology provide rent? Rent payments? Will they provide housing? Because if so, it's not looking too bad.
In terms of like how unaffordable things have gotten. And I do recognize that costs have gone up even more since 2021. I'll have this website linked for you down below so you can actually play with the little graphic thing because it's really fun and also scary to play with. And you're just like, oh, that's how people could afford stuff 30 years ago and why we can't now. Great. I had a little look at some of the most popular countries from where you're actually responding from. And this is just looking at the rental price in comparison to income. In the USA, rental price is 15% overvalued. In Aotearoa, 72% overvalued. I can attest to this.
What's that?
In Australia, 47% overvalued.
Oh, you got food? Yeah. I also. Thank you, though. Thank you.
In Britain, 39%
Wait, you're
overvalued.
giving my food to boy? Alright, then he needs to pay rent. Boy, come here. It's time to pay rent. And by that, I mean give me a kiss. You're gonna eat some of my food? Come here, give Mama a kiss. I can't get fucking shit.
In Canada, 78% overvalued. Wow, Canada, you're trying to beat us, eh?
Yes, that's my
Germany
roommate.
is 27% overvalued. Finland is 8% overvalued. And
just for ref, most Italians in the age range, 18 to 30. Oh, thank you. Live with their parents because most full-time jobs either get you on illegal contracts or traineeships who pay you. Yeah. Young people easily get 800 euros a month contracts and rent in the city is usually about the same. Yes. Luckily, at least the culture in Europe is different from that in the United States, where people feel shame for living at home over the age of 18. It's also just the mindset of parents here. Some of them won't even let their children stay at home because they're like, no. You're an adult now.
the Netherlands
you're 19 years old.
18% overvalued. I really like this sort of data as it uses the income of the country as a measure of how unaffordable or affordable something is, you know. And when I say, because I do repeat this quite often, how unaffordable it is to live here in Aotearoa and how many people live in poverty here in Aotearoa and like the state of housing here. We're one of the very few developed countries in the world which actually don't have capital gains tax. That means that people have been buying up properties for many, many years, especially since the 1980s. So they have like 5-6 rental properties which they're using as like their retirement fund or whatever. And so because they've all snapped up all of these properties, they've been renting them out to everyone. And yeah, 72% overvalued when it comes to rent. What's happened here with housing, same as in many countries around the world, is houses are actually viewed as investments as opposed to homes, as opposed to places where people should live. Personalize, make their own, make sure it's healthy. It's all about like getting the most bang for your buck as an investment, and I don't like that. I think that houses should be homes. What about your everyday bills? I mean, existing is expensive. Have you tried sleeping through breakfast to save yourself some money? Because
oh, the Wall Street Journal. What was the one, oh God, wasn't it the New York Times that put out that article about how to you know, recommendations for how to get out of student loan payments, and one of them was death. Wasn't that the New York Times? They had like 6 suggestions on how to pay, or, you know, different ways that you can get help with student loan payments, and one of them was to die. Like, hey, if you're dead, then you don't have to pay your student loan payments unless in the circumstances are such that your parents co-signed on the loan and then they are on the hook for it. So even if you die, there are many cases where somebody still has to pay those loans.
A lot of different newspapers have been trying to tell you to do that. You silly, lazy millennial.
Oh, no. I do not think it was tongue-in-cheek. No, I think it was a serious thing, because then people called them out online and they went back in and kind of fixed up the headline a little bit, fixed up the text there, the language, so it wasn't so fucking callous. So it wasn't so dystopic that they were literally saying, oh yeah, if you die, then you don't have to pay student loans. I can't video game. Thank you for the tier 1. New York Times column suggests death. Yes, exactly. Death as solution to student debt after the court strikes down the Biden handout. Yep, here it is. Six ways that you can still cancel your federal student loan debt. Well, I believe it was number 5 or 6. That was death. This is not something that most people would choose as a solution to their debt burden. Still, if you're a young adult wondering about the federal plus loans your relatives took out to pay for your education, you may be wondering whether the debt dies with the person or people who take it on. It does. The federal government will not make a claim on their estate, and you will not inherit the balance. Okay, so aside from the fact that the New York Times is saying just die, and then your student debt will be canceled. This is not true. Sometimes, but not always. Sometimes if you die, there will be people who are responsible for those loans. So just die is not necessarily a great course of action here. Aside from the obvious of, hey, don't die just so you don't have to pay student loans.
If only you slept more, but then you're not working enough. What are we meant to do?
I guess I'll just
I
die.
can't believe that the financial advice was to sleep through breakfast. The food issue is a biggie, and this came across the whole survey, with people struggling with food prices and then also having food waste because they weren't able to eat it in time. Exactly why I included that in the skit at the start. And it also kind of breaks my heart a bit, my little environmentalist heart, because food waste is like a really bad thing. Buying and cooking food for one, either buy in bulk and get bored or end up throwing the food away, or pay a premium for buying small quantities. Let's have a little look at the most popular locations from the survey, those global price increases for food. So in Aotearoa, New Zealand, annual food prices raised 12.5% over the last year, and it keeps going up. This is what you get when you have a duopoly. In the USA, it raised 4.7% according to the USDA, but that's on top.
Yeah, fresh food is very expensive. And of course, you know, fresh food goes badly pretty quickly. So you have to be very adamant about not having it go to waste, or else you're just burning money. But it's tough because it goes badly quickly. Like organic, or greens and shit like that.
Top of the 11.4% increase faced in 2022. In the UK, they had a 14.9% increase in the year to July 2023. Australia had a 10% price increase, Germany 22.3% price increase, Poland 18.9% increase, the Netherlands 13.1% increase. Like, there's many articles written about these sorts of issues, in particular when it comes to single people. In the UK, from this Guardian article, a single person spends on average about £1,851 on monthly household bills. But if you're one half of a couple, that works out to just £991 each.
Oh,
so there's an £860 penalty to being single. So I asked if you had an emergency fund, which is 3 months of expenses saved up. So 25.4% said no.
I wonder if she gets into it in this video, but there are so many ways that our society is geared towards helping couples, especially those who are married, and then punishing single people. Like, how many times you go somewhere and the cost of one thing is X amount of dollars, but you get a discount if there's two of you. And that's just on a very basic level. That's not even talking about taxes and tax write-offs that you get when you file jointly. It's like everywhere you go, you're being punished for being single.
I struggled to get by. 29.6% said
Yeah,
not
people
enough,
get
but a
married
small
for the
buffer.
tax breaks alone, of
17.3% said sort of, but I have to dip into it. And 27.7% said yes. I do think that a lot of us are actually aware that we are one bad financial event away from being without a roof over our heads, right? I think that a lot of us are actually aware of that, whether that is like
as if
major
being
car
single is not
repairs,
punishment enough.
or you need to have a surgery done, especially if you're in the USA and you have to pay for all of that stuff yourself because you're like, everyone pays to breathe here, basically. Just over a quarter of people having enough for an emergency fund of 3 months savings. Most of those people were
2 for 20, but no 20 for 1.
Actually in a relationship. So hopefully this does really help to illustrate like how challenging it is to be able to afford just 3 months of savings.
Do you both understand that I may not want a husband or a partner in my life?
No.
Sunita. Oh, beta. I can't let you give up on a lifetime of happiness.
Rita, we just want what's best for you.
I know what you're doing. You always do this.
You're either with us or you're against us. This is the way. Now kiss. It's just, oh my god. In the survey, I asked, what relationship status are you? 40% are single, 5.5% are dating, 7.8% are in long-term relationship, not living together, 14.1% are in a long-term relationship and living together, 8.2% are married, 0.9% are divorced, 0% are widowed. I'm glad to hear it.
I feel like if I were to poll chat, it would be similar stats. I don't know why I think it just would be.
1.7% are polyamorous, 1.1% are polyamorous and living together, 8.2% are aromantic, and 12.5% are not looking to be in a relationship or live with anyone. Finding a new place made me realise that landlords prefer couples to rent because of the dual income and will not take singles living on their own despite the salary being above their requirements. And with roommates, I'm more easily accepted due to being single, and it's encouraged to be single while the people already occupying the space are already in relationships. Aside from that, I can hardly buy vegetables as they will go bad, and I'm just by myself. I was looking for one-bedroom flats because I didn't want to live with roommates anymore. I realised that there are many more apartments for couples than for singles. People always ask me if I'm not lonely living without a partner. I just do not enjoy having another person in my safe place, even if I like them very much. But most of the stigma occurs when there is talk about future plans. Saying that I don't want to have a traditional partner is often shut down.
How do you date when you come out of work exhausted, don't have the energy to work out or cook for yourself? Oh, no, it's so hard. Dating is really hard. I'm widowed, so it would not be the same. Oh. I'm sure there's some others in here who are in the same boat. Yeah, I know people in here are on all sorts of different relationship boats. But yeah, no matter what boat you're in, singles getting fucked. Truly, over and over again. Society does not want people to be single. And it's like, yeah, okay, a lot of single people don't want to be single either, but dating is hard. It's tough out here. You know, it's like you have to balance all the things in your life. Working out, taking care of yourself through things like food, working, time with friends, hobbies, watching Buffy the Vampire Slayer for the 12th time. You know, there's important things that you need to balance. Dating, relationships. And the other thing is that dating in the beginning is expensive. That's kind of the downside there, is that going on dates can be expensive. You know, it can cost you money. So it's kind of like, all right, I'm investing in something. I don't know if this is going to work out.
down by saying think about it some more because it is so much easier with a partner. It is so expected for people to couple up romantically that it's like we don't really know how to handle it if people don't want to do that, and it's like they're happy not doing that. So as has been shown, it's extra hard for people if they don't want to be with someone because financially it's like you're kind of punished for.
Do you want to know the funny thing? I don't know if Will's talked about this, but when we were applying for this place, Will basically went from $0 to, I don't know what he was making at the time when we were moving in together, but it was more than $0. But basically on paper, it looked like he was a drug dealer to go from making $0 to whatever he was making at the time. And so we couldn't get this apartment because I didn't have enough money to look legit. Will looked like a drug dealer. And so we ended up having to, his parents had to step in and sign, and then they had to get like one of their real estate friends involved who could pull some string. It was crazy. Yes. Even though Will had the money, they were like, no, he looks like he's selling dope or something. Because there's no way he went from $0 to this money in this amount of time. And it's like, yeah, it's called Twitch. Just look it up.
Not being with someone because you can't afford to live like without a partner. Banks favor people that are married. Everyone always sees married people as being stable. They're not flighty. And so you do get more opportunities if you're married, especially if you're a married man, because I've talked about all of the like ways that we get discriminated against because everyone's just like, you're just gonna have a baby. And it's like, what if I don't want to have a baby? How dare you not have a baby? It is kind of like there's this.
Yeah, or like we're not even gonna get into it, but how women suffer long-term from being married, like their finances and whatnot. And so when they get divorced, it's always worse for the woman. So the whole, oh yeah, well, she just gets half. Well, the way that things work in our society is that women are still the primary caregivers. They usually either have to quit their jobs or take huge pay cuts. And so they're missing out then on XYZ amount of income for however many years. So many times when all is said and done in a divorce, they actually are worse off. Women are expected to, so they don't go into careers that hard and then divorce. And there's also just stereotypes with married women or with mothers in the workforce. They're less likely to be promoted, because they're seen as not taking the job as seriously or not having it be their priority because they have children and a husband.
Pathway that's sort of forcing you towards marriage, even if that's not really what would make you happy. A platonic friendship's not also valuable.
Yes, I'm talking about when
I want to be in a relationship someday,
involved.
But I want to be with someone because I enjoy their company, not because it's more affordable to live with someone else. And as I get older, it's becoming more tempting to settle down in order to be more financially secure. And as a woman who's attracted to men, settling for the wrong person can be dangerous. Having a romantic partner is looking more appealing just so I can have someone to split the rent with. I feel now that I probably would marry someone if it would improve my financial stability. While I'm very happily single, I found that when I have been in relationships, my costs were almost halved. It does make being in a relationship more appealing, and I've thought about entering into a partnership solely for financial reasons.
Oh, God.
However, I've deduced that the cost of living crisis is not enough for me to sacrifice my singlehood. It seems that it's a given that you should be in a relationship or want to be in a relationship. I'm on the aromantic spectrum, which makes it difficult for me, since people always assume I'm either really lonely or, quote, picky. Let's chat about the disability stigma. My perspective cannot be divorced from the lens of my disability.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't just young people too. This is older people. I see people in chat who are giving examples of their own family members. Yeah, it's the idea that like you get married or enter into a relationship with someone because it's the only way to financially survive. It's the only way to be able to afford rent, to have a place to live.
There's some expectation that disabled people have able-bodied caregivers available, which is rarely the case. Even in dating, there's stigma around disability that makes it harder to find a partner. It means that a disabled person finds themselves in a very fragile living and working situation, with some sort of expectation that someone else is providing care, which they're not. Even to get a mortgage, the bank wanted my parents to sign off because they're totally allowed to discriminate against disabled people like that. The rules around disability benefits and relationships. I'm yet to find a system that doesn't discriminate against disabled people on benefits and relationships. I can't wait for true marriage equality to come into law, said as a queer disabled person. Whether it's your flatmates not being understanding of a chronic illness or disability, or the fact that you can't actually openly be in a relationship with someone without your benefits being stripped away, living as a disabled person makes life so much harder. I've got an entire video about the extra costs of living in an ableist society if you haven't seen it yet. The discrimination is actually quite ridiculous, and I was reflecting on this last night as I was having a cup of tea. It's like globally we're encouraged to partner up and have kids and keep that workforce coming, right? Unless you are disabled or chronically ill or you're on a benefit in any way. This is where I get a really strong eugenics vibe, and it's really ugly because you're actively punished if you're actually in a relationship with someone. So if you're not punished by having your benefit scan stripped away, they're punished in a way because they are seen to be like, oh, now they are your burden. Their expenses are your burden because living in a capitalist society, financial costs are a burden. You're making you entirely dependent on this person that could actually use this power against you. It's really not good. It's kind of like there's this active discouragement in a way. Like, you should be grateful to get anything if you get any benefit, but also you're undeserving of love. I think it is so disgusting. Honestly, I really wanted to highlight that because it frustrates the hell out of me. Also, the fact that disability benefit does not cover anywhere close to people's actual expenses for living.
I'm all alone. There's no one here beside me.
There are issues with being the only one paying for everything, but it's also a struggle having nobody else to help around the apartment. I have a disability related to my back that affects range of motion, and sometimes it would be nice if I didn't have to do all of the housekeeping, the shopping, the meal.
I think the fact that we live in a society that so prioritizes able people is something that we still haven't come to terms with. We just still don't talk about honestly and openly. And of course, disabled people are talking about it, but you know, it's often hard for their voices to cut through and to be taken seriously. And it's something where it's a real privilege to be an able-bodied person, and I don't think that able-bodied people really understand, myself included, how much society works to benefit us over those with disabilities. Most people don't like to have to think about it either. Yeah, for sure. And I think it's something that, I don't know. I'm seeing more conversation around this topic, but it's still something where I will see people respond on social media who you would otherwise think would be cognizant of not being ableist, and yet when it comes to COVID and you know, this pandemic that has really affected disabled people in ways that able-bodied people can't fathom, the gross ableism that I see online is quite shocking, and it's something that it seems like I would be very frustrated if I were somebody who were disabled and having to see people talk about COVID in a way that they make it seem like it's not a big deal. So I'm hoping that as we go forward as a society, we are much more cognizant about the fact that society works for able-bodied people and not those who are disabled, and also the fact that we have to not just be cognizant of this, but work to change it.
Meal preparation. The number one time I wish I had a partner is if I get sick, especially in the middle of the night. It's just very lonely to be sick and on your own and have no help with cooking and cleaning either. You're on your own with every expense. You don't have a partner or partners to help you out. At the same time, can't make enough money on your own to get by properly. It's scary and easy to get into debt.
Hogan, thank you for the gift. Single.
Either from a bank or from a parent who loans you some money. Singles, for whatever reason they're single, have a hard time getting by themselves, and they have to rely on other singles sometimes, who also can't get by alone. All of my drive to be married came from living alone for 2 years. Here, in Austria, past a certain age, it's socially frowned upon to live in shared housing with someone who you're not in a romantic relationship with. Even though with today's rise in loneliness and increasing costs, it would make much more sense. Some people absolutely thrive, like you are living alone, and I think that's great. I'm so glad that people are happy and they found exactly where they want to be, and I think that that is awesome. There were also a lot of people struggling with this sense of loneliness and having this sense of self-reliance constantly, like you have to do everything yourself. Now, loneliness isn't that often talked about. I mean, I have made a video on it, but it's something that people don't really want to talk about because it makes people quite uncomfortable to talk about, because the solution is obviously spend time with more people. How are you meant to spend time with more people when we're so time poor? Because we spend all our time at work or commuting, and then we're completely burnt out by the state of the world. It's really, really, really hard. A lot of people are actually raising the level of awkwardness from people if you are.
Styles Max donated $5. My brother is a medic in the army. If he gets married, he will get a higher salary.
Hell yeah. Tell him to put a ring on it then. Thank you for the dono, Max. Just another example of how you're punished for being single. Less money for you because you don't need it.
A single person in a group, like how othered you are, because it means that there's an odd number. And may I just remind you that the Spice Girls were at their absolute peak when there were 5 members. Odd numbers are good. This just comes back to my whole hyper-individualism is bad, community, friendships, platonic relationships are great. And this is the stuff that we need. I feel like hyper-individualism has been pedestaled for so many generations at this point, but no one can do everything alone. I think it's really important to recognize that and just say, like, you know, even how like the 40-hour work week, like that was relying on someone doing a whole bunch of unpaid labor. Of course you're not able to like feel like you can do everything. And it's also why I think that platonic relationships should be given the same sort of like level of respect as what like romantic ones get. There's a lot of issues with how society sees and pedestals romantic love at the same time as hyper-individualism is what I'm saying. What we actually need is community.
I became disabled from long COVID in 2022 as a 28-year-old bachelor. The realization you can't provide for your own survival is a traumatizing experience. Yeah, I can only imagine. Society truly needs to change for disabled people in the attitude towards chronic illness who tend to inflict women more in general. My former roommate, one of my very good friends from high school, she has rheumatoid arthritis, and she was first diagnosed in high school with juvenile rheumatoid arthritis, and then of course as she got older that just turned into RA. But back when I was running my blog, which you can find on CarolineKwan.com, I asked her if I could write a blog piece on her and her illness, and I titled it An Invisible Illness, because it is true that many chronic illnesses, particularly autoimmune diseases, that autoimmune illnesses are invisible. And even though she is disabled, she has a handicap placard in her car. At least when she used to live here, she did. Now she lives in Australia. She would get shit all the time from people who would see her park in a handicap spot and think that she was faking it, or people who were not disabled parking in handicap spots that she needed. So it really opened my eyes. I obviously have been friends with her for a long time, so I knew that she'd struggled with this. But when I sat down with her to ask her questions so I could write this blog piece like I was some fucking New York Times journalist, it really did. It really was eye-opening to how difficult it is having a chronic illness that has caused her to have multiple disabilities, especially with it being an invisible illness. Yeah, you cannot tell that somebody is disabled or has a chronic illness like RA because it's not as apparent to as somebody who would have Down syndrome. Yeah, invisible illnesses are treated by too large of a part of this population as fake. I think one of the best examples of this is the effect of fatigue. So fatigue is a side effect that many people experience who have autoimmune illnesses. These invisible illnesses, they struggle with fatigue. And I used to think fatigue was just being tired. I'm like, yeah, I get tired. Everyone gets tired. No. Fatigue is debilitating. It is, chronic fatigue is, to say being tired is to totally diminish what chronic fatigue is. And it is, it's incredibly debilitating. It would be so frustrating to have chronic fatigue because so many people think of that as just being tired. And so they think that you're just being a baby and everybody gets tired when in fact you are so, you physically cannot do anything. Like my roommate would come home and she would come home from work and she would be in bed then for sometimes the rest of the day and the whole evening because she physically could not get out of bed. Yeah, I could sleep 12 hours and never feel like it's enough. You never feel... Yes, she would do that all the time. She would sleep 13, 14 hours. And I'm like, God damn, she gets a lot of sleep. I don't even know how you get that much sleep. And then once I had a better understanding of fatigue, I was like, oh, it's never enough. You could sleep for days and days and you would not feel rested. The closest most people will get to understanding just how bad it is having a bad case of mono. Yeah, but not everyone has had mono either, but I think they know what mono is. Yes, debilitating fatigue can also happen to anyone from long COVID. Yes. That is one of the commonly reported symptoms of LC, and it's brutal.
I also think that a lot of this comes down to third places being basically removed, Like, the barrier to entry to hang out at a third space is too expensive for most people these days. So, like, if it's...
I got chronic fatigue and chronic pain all over my body, undiagnosed because no one knows what's wrong. You might need to see a rheumatologist. Listen, I'm no big city doctor, but that would be my suggestion. Is to, if you have not seen a rheumatologist, to see one. My former roommate, it took a while for them to diagnose her because one, she was young, she was only 16, and JRA is not a common thing. So they didn't know what the hell was up with her. And then finally, after months and months and months and months, they they figured out what it was.
After work or on the weekend or something, it's like, you want to go out for brunch? That is very expensive. Where do you actually go to hang out for free with your friends where you don't really have to spend much? Maybe it's a coffee.
The Church of Scientology.
I don't drink coffee. But it's not really anything that you're actually doing. Like, malls used to be the place that people would go in like the 80s, even in the 2000s. That's where we went. We didn't really spend any money going there.
Malls.
It's just like you walked around and had a look at places.
But
that's also
you got a Jamba Juice
consumerism, and
or an
I'm
Orange
really
Julius.
not here for that. Libraries, you can't
Little
talk
Auntie
at, and a lot of
Anne's.
libraries are being shut down. Like, where are third spaces that people can go and hang out? It's kind of like, because you're spending so much time at work and then your only other place is at home. So I do understand like this want to be able to like carve it out, to be able to make it into a place of rest, because you're constantly available for work, right? We're all working more hours, productivity constantly goes up. I think that this hyper-individualism that has been platformed so much kind of creates this stigma around having flatmates, which is really unhelpful. Apparently in the US, this is very common to like look down on people if they have flatmates. Flatmates, shared housing, this sort of community thing, it's not a shameful thing. It's so weird to me that that is seen as a shameful thing, because it's absolutely not.
I'm not so sorry. I'm not with anybody. I'm here solo.
Let's start it. Is that your husband?
I'm Rebecca.
That's one of my favorite bits from Bridesmaids, is how many times people are like, oh, is that your husband? And she would turn and it's someone who is so not her husband. She's like, oh, nope. No, I'm not with him.
My husband. You don't have a husband. Sorry.
Let's talk about the
You don't
shame
have
nation
a
of being
husband.
single, because so many of you were saying how much your family members, your friends, your co-workers even, inappropriate, were trying to pressure you into getting into a relationship. Now I really want to talk about this in my other video that I will be working on, because I know that people wanted to talk about it, about the changing state of love, so I'm going to be including that there, but I just wanted to show some responses on screen about how much shame is actually given to people if they are not in a romantic relationship, but thereby not actually continuing on the life that they should be leading. You know, it's holding you back by being single. Where's my grandbabies? All of that rubbish. Especially if you're a
is
woman.
my mother
There's a lot more
here?
shame tagged on being single if you're a woman.
It's my mother in chat.
Yeah, so we actually were roommates. We worked very well together as a unit, so we decided to actually make an investment.
Together, Amanda Schneider, age 30, Kathy Keel, 30, and Stephanie
Yeah,
Vandergrift,
this
28,
makes
bought
sense.
this Tennessee house
This
in May
makes
2020.
more and more sense.
What about if you want to buy a house with your friends? Now, this has been something that people have been doing over the past, like, 5 years in particular, because of, like, the cost of living has just gotten harder and harder to actually keep up with. So why not actually get the benefits of marriage by combining your assets with your friends and actually buying a house together that you all enjoy living in? What's so wrong with that? Well,
I've also read about friends who are getting married now. Like, no sexual component at all. Like, just simply friends who get married for the benefits. Friends with benefits, but the benefits literally being like tax benefits.
You see, there is this contract thing that happens when it comes to a marriage, also based on true love, of course, but the contract is really important, but friendships don't really come with that. So there have been people that have been successfully buying houses with their friends. Now, same as if someone's thinking about getting married or something, I would always be like, prenup. Brittany has shown us it's a really good idea to do that. You know, like actually think through every single possible scenario, draw up a contract, all that sort of stuff.
Here I am, stuck in the middle with you.
What if you're stuck in the middle of being in a relationship? What if you get stuck in a relationship because you can't afford to leave them by living alone? This is where it's pretty bleak. I feel like I want to leave my relationship, I just can't afford to. I'm only managing to save now because I'm sharing costs. If I was having to pay for all of it myself, I don't think I'll be able to save much at all. There have been many times I searched for a place on my own, but ultimately still remain with/live with my partner due to cost of living without splitting rent, food, being taxed as common law, etc. Yeah, the tax thing really bothers me, how much that benefits like married couples. We don't get that here. This really did break my heart because people were staying in relationships even if they want to be out of them and like be out of that living situation. They were staying there because they can't afford to leave. Now this just got like the bells of the past ringing in my head, because do you remember back when women couldn't have a credit card? Do you remember when banks could discriminate against single women? Do you remember how husbands were having to be asked if women could get medical procedures? Oh wait, we're still there. That is still happening. It just, all of this progress, and yet we're still in this position because women still,
should not
on
have
average,
a credit card,
get paid
if
less
I'm being
than
honest.
men. Even if they're doing the same job Don't come at me.
No one should have ever let me
It's been
have
proven. Okay. This is how people can sadly get stuck in abusive relationships. If you're any kind of marginalized community, your risks are so much higher because your earning power isn't going to be higher. People will probably not believe you because, hey, people just love to be like this, especially when it comes to
Women
DV
be
and
shopping.
stuff. Because as the cost of living goes up, it just strips people of
No,
this.
I lose my credit cards all the time, so I'm constantly, I don't know where the hell I go. It's one thing in my life that I'm constantly losing, and so I constantly have to get new ones, and then that means that like my credit cards that are auto set for, you know, like healthcare and subscriptions and stuff like that, I'm always getting notices like, you owe us money. You are such and such days overdue. I'm like, fuck! Put it on your iPhone and wallet and never think about it again. Oh, yeah, I like to use the physical card though. Does that make me
ability
old?
to actually be safe. That's really unacceptable.
Tough to be single around this time of year, so.
Why do people always say that? The holidays is the best time to be single. Parties every night, free-flowing booze, Santa's beard tickling your inner thigh.
Some places are actually super chill about people being single. In particular, Germany stood out to me from what you were actually responding. Like, I think that that's amazing. Like, people were living alone and stuff, and people don't even care.
You can fix all your auto pay bills. Oh, okay.
It's not even like a blip. It doesn't bother people. They don't find any stigma, which is great. And there was someone from Ukraine that replied saying that if you had a middle class family there, like a lot of the families would actually have a place for you to be able to live, like if you were in a student accommodation or something. But because of the war in Ukraine, which is still going on, people have had to obviously flee for their lives, literally, and have to travel to Western Europe. And the cost there is so high. If you are in a couple, you're able to actually afford to be in a place together. But if you're single, like single people have had to band together to live in flats together because the costs are too expensive for what they can actually afford. Time for my final thoughts. And some people may not like me for what I'm going to be saying in this section, so we'll see who can actually make it to the end and think about it first. I want to start off with a quote from one of you. Living with platonic housemates is considered weird past a certain age, which is unfair. Like, I should have the option to live alone if I want to, but I should also have the option to live with friends for the rest of my life without people wondering if something's wrong with me. Anyone want to buy a large block of land, build tiny houses powered by solar, and grow our own food with me? That sounds very solar punk, by the way.
I actually think the idea of being old and living with my friends when we're just all old ladies sounds awesome. You know, a la Grace and Frankie.
I'm very aware of this climate crisis that
Yeah,
we're
start a
currently in,
trans
which is
commune.
only going to get worse year on year.
Hey.
And I'm also very aware of the fact that we've got a housing crisis in many places around the world where there are not enough houses for the people that want to be able to live there. And then you combine the climate crisis with that. And we're going to get a lot of climate refugees from the climate crisis. And I really want climate refugees, same as I want refugees from any situation, to be able to actually have somewhere safe, warm, dry, okay for them to stay. You know, like I'm a big advocate for that. I know that some people have a problem with that, but I think that we should look after each other. I don't see that as being like a bad thing to say. When it comes to the amount of people that want to live completely alone, I don't know if we're going to be able to fit everyone that wants to live completely alone with the situation that we're facing of like societal collapse. Maybe I'm viewing things through too much of a doomsday lens, but also because Brandon, right, he's a civil engineer and he's been doing that work for what, 15, 16 years. He builds housing developments, right? And so he works with developers. And you know what developers want to build is family homes. Developers do not want to build homes or places for single people to live in because they don't make as much money.
True.
And also because they're too expensive for single people to be able to afford. Whilst there's a market there, the cost that the developers want isn't there. And because we don't have government actually being like, you need to build more affordable housing that isn't just based around the nuclear family, it's like that doesn't really compute to a lot of business people, it seems, because you get more money from a single detached family home. And that's another reason why I was saying like, living with friends is a good thing. Like, imagine if the way that housing was built was actually designed in that way to actually have friends living together as opposed to like a family living together. So like in each person's bedroom there was also an office nook, because so many people are actually working from home now, and if the kitchens were a bit bigger, those are sort of like the long-term solutions I'd like to see. But I also really want this stigma around flatmates to go away. Given the fact that so many people were replying saying how much they like to be alone, it's like, yeah, so if you also have a flatmate that likes to be alone, you both like to be alone but together, so you can share some of the expenses and stuff. But that could just be me trying to find like any sort of solution to the crisis that people are facing right now.
Wow, she is coming up with more solutions in just this YouTube video than our fucking government.
But also it's just like, because this hyper-individualistic lens of like, if you have flatmates then you're a failure, I think that's just...
Meanwhile our government's like, fuck you guys, especially homeless people.
Disgusting to me. Like, I really don't like that. Having flatmates at any age I don't think is a bad thing. In fact, it more builds community and actually kind of like looking after each other in a way. I don't really see that as being like a really terrible thing.
I saw this tweet and the person who tweeted said, is there a middle ground between people on the right who want homeless people dead and then people on the left who want homeless people to take over the cities? And it's like, people on the left want homeless people to be housed. People on the left want affordable housing for all people. There's no like one side wants homeless people to die and the other side wants them to run amok, taking over the cities. It's like, one side is fighting for affordable housing for all people. But nice try.
Definitely instances where it's safer for people to live by themselves. There are people that have like mental health conditions that mean that living alone is like the best thing for them. Personally, I'm a very big fan of communal housing. So, you know, like if housing is actually built around, think about like those retirement villages, which aren't really retirement villages. It's like you have your own little place to stay at, and then there's like a community garden there, and then there's some shared facilities everyone can participate in, like that sort of thing. So it's like you can be alone, but it's like also very much about togetherness, because community really is the thing that's going to get through the bleakness that is coming. Like we've seen all of the terrible weather events, right? I'm fully here for people living their best single life, and if they don't want to be in a relationship, I don't think that people should have to be in a relationship. I think that platonic relationships should be way more valued than what they are. Another thing is keep advocating for universal basic income. I don't know how many times I have to say it, but UBI is one of the best things that we can actually do to look after people. Everything I said in the Ableist Society video, all of those recommendations, they all fit very well here as well. Another thing is rent control. Rent control is something that should be pushed for a lot harder. So if there are petitions going around, definitely sign them. Ask your local MPs, like the people in your local government, whatever you call them in your country, ask them to actually put in place rent control. Push for that sort of stuff. Same as capital gains tax. That should actually be a thing here. Please and thank you. Like there are a lot of things that we can do, but the thing is that most of them are long-term things, which is exactly why I'm sort of like removing the stigma around living with flatmates. I think would actually be really helpful for the short term to help people be able to actually pool their resources a bit better and be able to get out of like bad situations. Like if you're living at home and like your family is really awful, don't rule out flatmates. I don't think that like flatmates can honestly be great. Same as if people are stuck in abusive relationships. Again, I will advocate for flatmates once again. Of course, interview them, see them in person, all that other stuff. Like I don't know what other solutions I could suggest for immediate right now. I really don't. And if you have suggestions, I would love to hear them. Like, if you made it all the way to the end of this video, what emoji should we leave? Like, a cow?
Oh, here, I'll link the video again. Yeah, so... It is tough to be single already, and on top of that, the added cost of being single, especially these days. It's hard. It's hard to be able to live on your own. It's very expensive. Especially in cities like Los Angeles and New York. I do not know how people live by themselves. You're basically living in a small shack for the low, low price of $3,000 a month. I like that she said which emoji. She's darling. She's so darling. She has such a light, pleasant aura. Like, that is not my aura, but that is her aura. It's fluffy bunnies and little tiny hearts. Can confirm I live in New York City. Very, very small studio. Oh yeah, it's outrageous. Yeah. They're like, yeah, your bathroom's in the hallway. Pay us $5,000 a month. UBI is good as long as it isn't a band-aid to the many issues with society. Yes, UBI, that's not Andrew Yang Gang's version of UBI. Still need universal health care, free education, etc., etc. Of course, UBI is not the solution to not having social programs that should be guaranteed human rights. She speaks about painful subjects with a soothing demeanor. Yes, that's one way to get them down. Is by having a soothing demeanor. So anyway, yeah, we need to lose the stigma on living at home if you're able to. You shouldn't feel ashamed about that. I lived at home multiple times in my 20s. And the idea of having multiple roommates, even when you get to a certain age where in society society expects you to be married by that point, or, live by yourself or whatever. Well, the paycheck ain't reflecting. So I wish they would stop over romanticizing New York and Los Angeles, making it harder. Well, yeah, I think the problem is the lack of rent control. I think it is these developers who are buying up these areas and then putting in these ultra expensive apartment complexes. I remember where I used to live in Hollywood. I lived in a small complex. I think there were 6 units. And over the course of a couple years, my entire area was basically eaten up by these luxury apartment real estate developers who would put in these honestly ugly ass buildings, and each place started at, like $3,500 for a 1-bedroom. I don't think TikTok's responsible for the housing crisis. You know what though? Fuck TikTok, okay? Fuck TikTok. Yeah, no, there are other things at play when it comes to the housing crisis. But I just remember seeing that bit by bit, there goes the dollar store being replaced by a luxury apartment building. There goes this, block of houses that were bought by real estate, company that put up I just could not believe how many fucking complexes were being built. Because I'm like, who's going to be able to afford to live there? There's so many. Who can afford to live in these? Same, I was in NoHo in the small block of cheap apartments next door, got demoed to build 4 6K months. Right. I'm like, are all of these filled? They were building them, and then I remember, and then the pandemic happened, and I was like, what are they doing with all of, I can't imagine that every single one of these units is filled up. Did you see the most recent whine about it? Maya talks about how TikTok almost pushed her down the QAnon pipe. What? Is that? No, she had to have been joking. I cannot see Maya almost going down the QAnon pipeline because of TikTok. I thought she would just be looking at like TikToks of birds. Wake was talking about this recently, right? Saying a lot of luxury developments are mostly empty. Yes, they have to be, because there's no fucking way. I'm not kidding you. In a 2-block radius of where I used to live, over the course of like 2 years, there were 6 or 7 luxury developments that popped up. I was like, there's just no way that these are being filled. I would be shocked if they were even half filled. It was more of a talk about how going down the right-wing pipeline's more a bunch of small... Oh, okay, I get that. Yes, it is, for sure. Yeah, it starts with one thing, and then you just go down the rabbit hole. It's like going down any rabbit hole. Crunchy to QAnon is serious? I guess, yeah, I guess that's true. The crunchy to QAnon. Yeah, it's kind of like the hipster. It's the hipster to like MAGA. Don't be like Alice. Okay, don't go down that hole. All right, let's talk about... I'm gonna run to the bathroom, and then we'll talk about horror movies and horror movie tropes. And the fact that there's another Conjuring movie coming out. There's another Nun movie that's coming out. So we're gonna watch a little video. Do we really need more Conjuring movies? Do we? Do we?
I command you to reveal yourself!
Somebody answer me. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. I never know what's gonna slow my computer down. If I what quality setting here? Oh, the first Conjuring was great. They should have stopped. They should have stopped, if I'm being honest. All right, also, just a heads up. Okay, so tomorrow my plan is to do the 12-hour stream that I owe. I think I need someone to like crack my back before I do that. Maybe I'll go get a Thai massage. Maybe I'll have her stomp on my back. Hopefully not make it worse, but yes, so tomorrow, that is the plan. Now, here's the thing. I talked to Cutie. She has family in town, so she's very, very busy. So we have scheduled our gaming session to be on the 20th. I know that a lot of y'all are looking forward to that. I was going to try to add that into my 12-hour stream tomorrow. Yeah, so that's not happening. Here's a couple things that are coming up. I probably should have done this in the beginning of the stream, but I forgot. So on the 20th, I will be gaming with Cutie. Oh, yes. I need to do a chat demographic poll. I did want to do one of those on stream. If you wait till... Oh, well, tomorrow I wasn't really... my intention is not to do a subathon. Like, I'm not having anybody... I don't want people to feel pressure to sub tomorrow. It's just what I owe. I owe 12 hours, and I like to be true to my word. Yes, Twitch does 25% off gifted at the end of the month. It is September right now, so individual subs are discounted, but at the end of the month, gifted subs are discounted. But the end of the month is also my birthday, so I will be doing a birthday stream. There's a lot going on in September. So yeah, if I don't get 3,500 subs tomorrow, I'm gonna quit. Okay, all right. I know I just talked all about how expensive it is. We just talked all about that, but tomorrow, y'all better deliver. I'm just joking. So yeah, I guess tomorrow, what do you want for your birthday? All I want for my birthday is my 2 front teeth. Yeah, so tomorrow we can fill 12 hours. We'll do the things that I have to do besides gaming with Cutie, because that will be on the 20th. Do you get 70-30 split? 70, no, I have a 50-50 split as of right now. And then, okay, so the 20th will be gaming with Cutie, and then the 27th is when I'm going to do my IRL charity stream, where I post up on a corner in Los Angeles and perform for money for the Entertainment Community Fund. So that was one of the sub goals. Tomorrow I was planning on having James Marco St. Marco cut my hair. That's going to be part of tomorrow, trying to keep him from turning me into a Bruce Willis or The Rock. Streamers still get their full payout from subs during September. Twitch takes a hit. Yes. Yeah. Streamers get their full payout. Twitch is the one that takes the cut. Yeah, I have told James Marco St. Marco a trim. I said, please, a trim. So I think the 27th, I talked to Ari, and we're gonna do that stream together. So he'll have his mobile setup with him, and we'll post up somewhere. And the idea is to do a stream where I try to raise money for the Entertainment Community Fund. I'm hoping I get more than $1 from people walking by. Whatever I get, I'll double. But if it's incredibly low, then I'll just put money in. I'm not gonna like double $1. Here's my $2 donation to the Entertainment Community Fund. I will literally skip out on work to make sure there's at least $1. Yeah. Hopefully people are so moved by my freestyle rapping with Ari at home, or maybe the deal will be, if you put money into this hat that says donations, then I will stop freestyling. Yeah, okay, so that is the plan. I'm also maybe trying to go down to Austin sometime this month. I don't know. It's a very packed month. I have Farley's birthday on Monday. I have Will's birthday on Thursday. I have the 2 streams that I just mentioned, and then my birthday is on the 29th. But Melena reached out to me and said that I should come down to Austin so we can do some content. So if that doesn't happen in September, then it will probably happen in October. So Farley was born on 9/11. Yes. I always say, never forget. The only thing that happened on 9/11 was the birth of my child, of my baby. Will is not going to do a 24-hour on his birthday. I don't know why he said that. No, he's a liar. He is not going to do that. But he will do, I think the plan for his birthday, so his birthday is next Thursday. I think he'll probably do a pretty long stream. I think he usually does clip shows, a clip show on his birthday, and then probably have streamer friends just pop by, whoever wants to come over. I might get food or something like that. So anyway, as of right now, tomorrow I'm still trying to plan on knocking out this 12-hour stream. This if I manage to do the 12 hours tomorrow, that will mean that this week I would have streamed the most hours in a week that I've ever streamed. 24 plus 6, 30, 38 plus 12. It'll be like 50 something hours. Yeah, buddy. Yeah. Which is basically half a week for Hassan. Okay, so that's the schedule. Tomorrow I'll probably start early afternoon. So then I'll end at like 2 or 3 in the morning. Yeah. I can't believe it. But I'm doing it. I'm going to. Anyway. I hope you all tune in for that. It'll be great. We will do the haircut. We will pick out a cameo. What else? Never Have I Ever. I still have to pick Will out a birthday gift. And play Fortnite. I don't know if I like Fortnite. And I say this even though I've never played it. I was thinking of trying to play some more Elden Ring. I don't know. Oh yeah, and then I'll do the chat demographic tomorrow. Yeah. I don't know if I'm a Fortniter. I don't know. It doesn't it does not seem like me, but maybe. Mayhaps. I might reach out to other streamer friends and see if anybody else wants to game out. Oh my god. Where should I reach out about my choice? Oh yeah. So I have a list of people who I owe a cameo to, and then people who I owe a cameo plus a little drawing and note and tiny gift. So I'm thinking the easiest way is making a Google form, putting it in the Discord, and then putting the list of people who I owe that to, and then you can fill out your information. Like if I owe you a cameo, you can say, oh, it's my birthday, or it's my dog's birthday, blah, blah, blah. Or I can just make any type of cameo. And if you are one of the people who I need to send something to, if you are comfortable, you can put in an address that I can send it to. As for you, Obscure Leftist, you can put it, we can message on Discord, or you can put it in the chat here if you know what your idea is, or if you want it to be a secret, you can send it via a message to me or one of my mods. Just don't say game out. Hey, anybody want to game out? Do you have Baldur's Gate? I don't. I have not downloaded Baldur's Gate. Mayhaps I game out a little Baldur's Gate. Mayhaps. Yeah, I'll just put out a message on Twitter. Hey, gamer friends, anybody want to game out with me tomorrow? Yeah, okay, here's the thing with Baldur's Gate. I know it's very, very long, and so I don't know. I don't like leaving games unfinished, even though I have a bunch of unfinished games right now, because I started a lot of games. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a several 100-hour game. That seems like a lot. Yeah, I would have to put in like 20 hours each week. I thought Will was finished with Baldur's Gate based on how many hours he's put into it. And he was like, oh, no. I have so much Baldur's Gate left. And I said, but you've played it so much. I don't understand how much more you could play. Yeah, he's still playing it. Yeah, everybody's playing Starfield right now, but honestly, I'm not cool with the pronouns, so fuck that game. I'm boycotting it. Okay? I don't want my games to be gay. So you won't see me spending a dime. What kind of shit is this? Fucking pronouns. Yeah, this is an anti-pronoun channel. Feckin' pronouns. Oh wait, isn't he British? Feckin' I didn't even watch the clip of the British thumb. I haven't even watched this clip. I've just seen so many reactions to it. He's I like that I did an Irish. Feckin' pronouns. No pronouns. It's so funny. Yeah, so I mean tomorrow I might play a couple different games. We'll see. We'll see. I'm going to take it much easier than I did during the 24-hour. There's going to be less franticness, not me flying by the seat of my pants. There will be chill vibes. It will not be panicked and rushed. There will be no frozen pie. Nope. No, I already did that once. Okay, let's watch this video. Do we really need more Conjuring movies? And then I want to do a tier list of horror movies, and then I will be done. I should call it quits after that, since I did just talk about how I'm doing 12 hours tomorrow. Have I watched the Japanese horror film House before? No. I mean, I've seen the movie House. That's like from the 80s or so, or I can't remember what decade, but not Japanese. All right, so do we really need more Conjuring movies? My answer is no. The Nun 2 just came out. There's a new Conjuring movie that's in the works. And my answer is no, 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 and no.
I command you to reveal yourself!
If you're a horror fan, you probably have a few heart-stopping memories of the Conjuring movies and their spin-offs. Based on the real-life case files of purported paranormal investigators and probable con artists Ed and Lorraine Warren, the franchise has been terrifying audiences.
Yeah, that's what's so crazy about Conjuring. Patrick Wilson and Vera Farmiga are great together. Love their chemistry, beautiful humans. I'm obsessed with both of them. The Conjuring is great. But the thing is that this entire universe is built off the stories of a couple who were con artists. Yeah, based on real events? No. Ed and Lorraine Warren were grifters. They were grifter con artists. And so the fact that there are now so many movies that are based on this couple who were full of shit is wild.
For a decade. But often the scariest thing about a movie in the Conjuring universe is its Rotten Tomatoes score. It might be time to ask ourselves whether we should close this case and lock it away for good.
Did it work?
The evil is contained.
If you're into videos like this one, let us know by hitting the thumbs up and subscribing to Nerdstalgic so you don't miss our latest releases.
Yeah, Ed Warren was also doing stuff with underage girls. Yeah, real piece of shit.
2013's The Conjuring is seen by many as an attempt to harken back to the days of classic horror. The movie leans heavily on established haunted houses and possession tropes from some of the most well-known and beloved horror movies out there. Fans will tell you The Conjuring has earned its place among those exemplary influences. Other viewers are quick to dismiss it as a glossy, overly tropey Hollywood horror flick. No matter where you fall on that wide spectrum of opinions, it can't be denied that The Conjuring does have several memorable scares. Anyone who has ever seen the trailer remembers the infamous clap. And there's the inspired and horrifying take on the sheet ghost, the wardrobe scene, and the hanging scene. Because every Patrick Wilson horror franchise needs to put something creepy behind him while he looks slightly bemused.
The first Insidious movie, great. That shot in Insidious was awesome. It was terrifying. It was really a moment that made you shit your pants. Insidious is amazing. I recently watched the latest Insidious film. It was directed by my man, Patrick Wilson. Terrible, but not surprising, because you can only do so many of these movies before they are then formulaic, lazy, boring, overdone, and yet we keep getting them because they make money.
Wilson and his co-star Vera Farmiga really bring the whole thing home with their unmatched chemistry and warmth in the face of all these ghastly atrocities, a dynamic the franchise would go on to exploit to the fullest. There was no way of knowing when The Conjuring first came out that its sequels and spin-offs would dominate the horror landscape for 10 years, though with hindsight, we probably could have.
Only soulless satanics like horror content. You know, as far as somebody coming in here to try to be a shitter, trying to be a troll, that falls on the not so bad. That's not the worst, most trolly comment. Yes, I am a soulless satanic who loves Jesus, and Jesus loves me. Only soulless satanics like horror content. Oh man, did they think that they would say that and I would fly off the handle? I'd be angry. You know what? I am going to refer to myself as a soulless satanic from now on. We are soulless satanics. Satanists. Wouldn't that be the word? Satanists? We'd be a soulless Satanist.
Guest, since it was directed by James Wan,
And
the man
proud
behind
of it.
Saw and Insidious, and who would later involve himself in both the DCEU
Honestly, Soulless Satanic sounds like a great band name. I've always said, if I ever get my girl band back together from 7th grade, if we ever get back together, that's a name that I'll consider. Soulless We are the Soulless Satanics! Ah! Thank you!
and the Fast franchise doesn't seem to know how to work with just one movie. Wan knew from the start that he wanted to turn The Conjuring into a franchise,
Sort of playing amongst ourselves in our heads and just sort of joking that wouldn't it be great to, if we get the chance to explore other stories as well within the sort of the world of the Warrens.
and even pitched the idea of calling the movies The Warren Files, which is why we got a scene in the original Conjuring that was straight.
Okay, you know what I think part of the problem is with the Conjuring universe is that James Wan no longer directs the movies. I think when the baton was handed off to basically whoever, the movies dropped significantly in quality. Zio, thank you for the gifted sub to Soulless Satanist. We are all soulless Satanists. But yeah, James Wan, you know what I'll say about him? His movies, they're not always, like, you don't watch them and go, wow, that's the best horror movie I've ever seen. But at least he's doing something. Malignant was wild. That was a wild fucking movie. So at least with James, he's trying new things. He's I don't know. He's at least doing something. And so I think when I mean this happened with the Saw movies as well. When he stopped cuz he directed the first Saw, right? Or was it Lee Whannell? Wasn't it the two of them? Okay, so yes, James wrote and directed Saw. Yeah. So he wrote it with Lee Whannell. They came up together, and then James directed Saw. So this is what happens is when something becomes a universe, then when it becomes a franchise.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
What is that? Where is that coming from? When it gets handed off to basically some random director who just is kind of copying and pasting from the last however many movies, then you, ultimately have a drop in quality. Yes, the first Saw movie was based off of a short film that they did. Yes. I like how there was Saw, the final chapter, and now there's more. Saw, the final chapter. Saw, okay, for real, the final chapter. Saw, just kidding, now this is the final chapter. Saw, JKLOLROFLLMAO, we've got 10 more chapters. So, yeah. Saw, the finalist final chapter. And now Saw 10 comes out. Yeah. Saw 10 is coming out. James Wan is fantastic though, as is Lee Whannell. And I really do think he's a visionary film director. I think he's got the juice. But the problem is with Conjuring, we are just so many movies deep into this universe. And then you've got all the spin-offs. You've got Annabelle. You've got The Nun. They basically took horror villains from the various Conjuring movies and then built out other universes from there. So it is, we are exhausted with this universe, and yet it will not end because money.
Out of a Marvel post-credit scene, with Wilson's Ed Warren guiding a reporter around the artifact room in a twisted game of show and tell. After the movie made almost $320 million worldwide on a budget of just $20 million, Wan got his wish. At time of recording, there are 8 movies in the Conjuring universe, with another one set to release this week. All combined, the movies have grossed a total of $2.1 billion in theaters, with a budget of just $178 million. So it's safe to say that the Conjuring universe is successful. But making billions at the box office doesn't necessarily equate to creating quality releases. If you've kept up with all the Conjuring movies, you know this firsthand. All these movies are period pieces, taking place between 1952 and 1981. Most of them follow Ed and Lorraine Warren.
James Wan also did Dead Silence, not a super great movie, but again, fun. I love Dead Silence. Yeah, that's one of those examples of a movie that, because of when it was made, it's bad, but it's good. It's fun bad.
Their various paranormal investigations, and those that don't are still linked back to them. After The Conjuring's incredible success in 2013, the reins were handed to John R. Leonetti for the first of many spin-offs. His work at the time included directorial and cinematography credits in the Mortal Kombat movie series, Joe Dirt, Hilary Duff's Raise Your Voice, and Piranha 3D. He also worked on Insidious and the first Conjuring movie. Talk about a diverse portfolio. Sadly, Leonetti's own installment of the Conjuring universe wasn't exactly a critical darling. 2014's Annabelle was never going to be able to live up to the expectations created by its predecessor, but it struggled to meet even the lowest of expectations. Cheap scares, a meandering and confusing plot, and little in the way of fresh ideas made it hard to sit through. Still, with its abysmal first run out of the way, Annabelle managed to scrape up a passing grade on Rotten Tomatoes with its second and third outings. 2017's Annabelle Creation and 2019's Annabelle Comes Home,
Megan,
directed by
greater
David
than
F.
Annabelle.
Sandberg and Gary Dauberman, respectively. Both Corinne Hardy's The Nun and Michael Chavez's The Curse of La Llorona were also massive critical failures. The only two movies in the whole franchise to score above a 70 are The Conjuring and The Conjuring 2. They also happen to be the only two movies that James Wan directed.
Yes,
he has
exactly.
writing or producing credits on every other installment. The most recent addition to the franchise, 2021's The Conjuring, The Devil Made Me Do It, was welcomed with lukewarm reviews. But audiences were more forgiving, with most citing the true crime angle and the Warrens' endearing relationship as its biggest saving grace. However, even if The Conjuring 3 felt like a breath of fresh air for the universe, it was certainly nothing new for the horror genre. Like the rest of the franchise, most of the ideas brought to the table in The Devil Made Me Do It have been used in other, better horror movies over the years. The Conjuring universe is so aggressively...
The Nun was initially great because she was scarce and mysterious once you focus too much time, attention on anything. Yes, that's the whole concept of showing the monster. Once you show the monster, then you ultimately take... you take the horror out of it because there it is. And that was one of my problems with the movie The Boogeyman that I watched recently, is that we saw the Boogeyman so much, and it would have been more terrifying if the Boogeyman, especially because the Boogeyman is a figure that, like, a very famous figure from children's bedtime tales, which is so fucked up that we would tell kids about the Boogeyman. But you don't see the Boogeyman. The Boogeyman is like, you look under the bed, you hear something in the closet. And there were a lot of problems with the Boogeyman movie, but one of which was that they showed the Boogeyman over and over and over again, and oftentimes in full light. Like there was no hiding what the Boogeyman looked like. Are you gonna see the new Exorcist? Of course. Here's the thing. I will always see these movies because I love horror. And I will basically watch any horror movie that comes out. But it's disappointing and it's wearing me down. I have no faith now when I go into one of these movies. Genuinely no faith. If I go into an original film, I have way more faith because I don't know what I'm going to see. I don't know what I'm going to find. So I had faith for the Boogeyman, and I was very, very let down because early on I went, oh, this is just like a Conjuring movie. This is so formulaic. This is things that I've seen a million times. And it very much so felt like a studio film. So the only films that I trust now are small budgeted indie horror films. Really. Those are the only ones that I now go into not expecting to be disappointed. Everything else, disappointing. Candyman, like, you name it. If it's a studio film, if it's a certain budget, or if it's a part of a franchise or universe like Conjuring, then I will not expect anything other than being bored and disappointed. What did you think of Talk to Me? I really liked Talk to Me. I liked it. I'll have less faith going into the sequel just because, the movie was so successful and sequels usually are a letdown, but I liked Talk to Me. I also grade that movie on a less harsh grading scale because low budget, first time filmmakers, and fresh premise. So there were things that I found myself critiquing it on, but ultimately, I walked away. I walked away liking that movie and feeling excited for its success. Is Blumhouse still considered indie? No. Well, no. No. Okay, I don't want to go in too much on Blumhouse because I have good relationships with people over there. If ever I get back into filmmaking, then I'll probably try to work with them. I think the problem with Blumhouse is that, okay, what Blumhouse was really the first to capitalize on was the low budget horror movie that then could make a bunch of money because it was so low budget. So I'm talking Paranormal Activity. They made so much money off of a movie like Paranormal Activity, which was produced for nothing, and therefore you're pretty much going into it starting at zero. The issue with Blumhouse is that unlike A24, Blumhouse is not selective. Blumhouse has a distinct style now. Like, you can tell if something's a Blumhouse movie, but not in a necessarily positive way. Not in the way with A24. Here's what I'll say about A24. Not all of their movies work, but at least they're doing something. At least an A24 movie is going to make you feel something. You might be frustrated, you might hate it, but it's going to do something different. It's going to show you something that you haven't seen. And I think the problem with Blumhouse is that they just started doing way too much. They struck deals with Hulu, with Amazon, with Epix, with basically every streaming platform. They struck deals with them to produce a gigantic slate of movies and TV shows. So they were not selective in the type of in the films and the shows that they were making. They were just popping them out. That's kind of the Blumhouse method. Is it's like an assembly line now, and they just produce all day long. I remember taking meetings when I first started taking meetings with Blumhouse people, and the schedule is wild. There are so many projects that are constantly being made at one time, and it's overwhelming. And I understand how then they get to a point that they can't really give close attention to projects that, the time and attention that's needed, because they are on some of the craziest production schedules. Blumhouse movies, famously, you get like 20 days maximum. 20 days to crank out a feature-length film. Yeah, that's crazy. And they're on such a tight schedule that they're on a tight schedule and a tight budget, so you get your 20 days and that's pretty much it. And then they finish that and then they move on to the next one. So that's why I say it's like it's really like an assembly line over at Blumhouse. So even though Blumhouse was really a leader in small in low budget indie type horror, they've just become such a machine that we don't really see movies like Paranormal Activity anymore. We don't really see movies like Get Out. They have some real gems, but they're less and less nowadays, and it's more so kind of just McDonald's fast food. You know what I mean? You go watch any Blumhouse movie on any streaming platform, and it's gonna be fast food. Yeah, you kind of know what to expect going in, and it's not gonna be good. It's not. Temper expectations.
Hit or miss. That isn't a unique phenomenon. Other horror concepts suffered a similar fate, seeing reboots, sequels, and spin-offs of widely variable qualities over the years. Outside of horror, we're seeing the effects of Marvel and Star Wars fatigue happen in real time. The Conjuring universe is guilty of producing far too many of these types of shallow installments. Rather than make anything of substance, Warner Brothers and the creatives at the center of the Conjuring universe have been producing standard or even substandard genre films and lazily pinning.
The VHS films are great. That is Ty West and that's that group of mumblecore folks. Adam Wingard, Joe Swanberg. Those are the guys that also did You're Next, which I really love You're Next. Is that but I don't think that's Blumhouse though. I think didn't they make those on their own? Pretty sure. Anyway.
A franchise-related name or face to the poster.
Do Benson and Moorhead count as horror? Yeah. I think that they are not just horror, but I think they definitely dabble, especially in sci-fi type horror. I don't think they're straight horror.
Knowing the backstory of the creepy demonic nun that shows up for all of 5 minutes in The Conjuring 2 does nothing for the universe at large. The same can be said for Annabelle and the absolute mess of a story they've attached to her. There is no greater implications for the world, no worthwhile changes in the status quo or artistic subversions of the franchise, no reason for them to exist outside of the vague gesturing towards a room full of haunted artifacts. Expanding into a cinematic universe based on the Warrens' supposed real-life experiences have somewhat diminished the more intimate nature of horror as a genre. They don't have any greater messaging behind them. They're just one of many case files.
Okay, what do we like better? Soulless Satanists or Decaying Deviants? I love a good alliteration. Soulless Satanists or Decaying Deviants?
Files to skim through. Not unlike Warren's real-life occult museum, which inspired the Artifact Room, most of the movies in the Conjuring universe are just superficially creepy objects to glance at for a few moments before moving on to something else. From the opposite side of the glass case, or a big screen, viewers can look on with mild entertainment or outright ambivalence. The trade-off is that this method of franchising has made the Conjuring movies much more widely digestible, both from the perspective of scope as well as quality. In some ways, this actually helps the franchise. You don't have to commit to watching a decade of movies if you want to catch the most recent one in theaters, because chances are, it won't have that much to do with the previous iterations anyway. But does that one benefit really outweigh all the drawbacks? Like a demon haunting an innocent family, the Conjuring universe is desperate for a soul. Your soul. From the very beginning, The Conjuring was built, borrowed, and stolen off the backs of other horror properties, and that practice has finally caught up with them. Audiences are starved for originality, and this franchise hasn't been
Yeah, it's like, how many times can a demon be starved for your soul? We get it. Anonymous, thank you for that gifted sub to Nice Win Streak, who has given us both options of Soulless Satanists or Decaying Deviants.
Able to provide it. In truth, most franchises today are struggling to meet that expectation. It's possible that The Nun 2 could follow in Annabelle's tiny footprints and reanimate the Conjuring universe with a middling reviewed sequel to a spin-off, but we have to ask ourselves one scarily simple question. Do we want it to?
No.
Considering its track record, The Conjuring needs to be put to rest. While 9 movies in 10 years is a shockingly impressive feat, it's far less impressive when you consider how many of them were tragically terrible or just plain boring.
I think, okay, here, actually, let me just finish this video and then I'll give my final thoughts on this.
Hey, sorry guys.
It's time to stick the franchise in a closet covered in Bible passages for a few years and give some other horror movies a chance to haunt our nightmares. Whether or not you agree, we'd love to know your opinion. So
okay, horror, once upon a time, before this real 20th century resurgence, most horror was not made for profit. It's why horror movies typically were a genre that were looked down on. Real actors and actresses didn't do horror. It was not something that ever received awards attention. They were just not films that typically got a lot of attention at all. Besides, from the following of small population of people who just ate that shit up. And that's where we get the concept of like a cult movie. So of course there have been big horror movies throughout history, like The Exorcist, for instance, but we didn't have franchises like we do now. You would have like a franchise, and then depending on the era, like when we got into the 80s and the 90s, you had Friday the 13th, Scream, but it feels like the way that horror is made today, the focus is on it being all about money. And it's why I feel like there's been a real drop in quality, even as we've seen some of the best horror produced in the last decade. But more and more and more horror is being produced, and more of it is just clearly a cash grab. Because here's what I'll say. Like, you go find like an obscure horror film from the 80s, and even not obscure, just like an Argento movie. That film was not made to make buckets and buckets of money. That film was not picked up by, or, was not owned by like a major studio whose entire goal was to make as many of them as they could so that they could just keep ringing in the cash. Don't say that about Ouija Shark. And so that's why, like, you don't really have a lot, you have so much horror that's being made by directors who are not auteurs. I don't want to sound like a douche here, but it's a factory line. It's like they can get anybody to just make another Conjuring movie. Okay, here's the formula. Here's how you make it. No, nothing else is required. We don't care because the audience is going to pay to see it anyway. And I just feel like, I mean, if this is just another example of how capitalism ruins everything. But when horror is a vehicle for making a lot of cash, then you lose out on what makes horror so wonderful. And what is so wonderful about horror is that it is a genre for directors to go crazy, to do anything, to push boundaries, to try weird shit. It's a vehicle for directors to really flex their shit and not care about whether or not it is it has a universal appeal, has mass appeal, whether or not it's something that a studio will like. Gotta keep it PG-13 to increase ticket sales. Yeah, that definitely plays a part of it. I want like a really scary Irish horror movie. They got some good spooky lore they could work with. Yeah, I mean, the reason that I started writing horror movies is because I would think of things that I wanted to see and be like, God, I really want I really want a film that deals with this. Or I really want a film that has this protagonist or this villain. And so then I was like, oh, I should just start writing these. Friedkin was a documentarian. Yes, like I really do love William Friedkin so much. Rest in peace. Because that guy didn't give a fuck. He didn't give a fuck about the studios. He didn't care what people thought of him. He was just in it to make the movie that he wanted to make. And I think I was reading these words by Richard Linklater earlier, where he blames tech people for taking over Hollywood, saying that the last good era for films is over. Now, Richard Linklater is not a horror director, but a lot of what he's saying is what I'm trying to say right now as it applies to horror. What he said was that perhaps the last good era for filmmaking has given way to the need for algorithm-friendly content, with films just becoming advanced delivery systems for advertising. It feels like it's gone with the wind, or gone with the algorithm. Sometimes I'll talk to some of my contemporaries who I came up with during the 90s and we'll go, oh my God, we could never get that done today. So on the other hand, selfishly, you think, I guess I was born at the right time. I was able to participate in what always feels like the last good era for filmmaking, and then you hope for a better day. The Boyhood and Before Sunrise filmmaker continued, but man, the way that distribution has fallen off. Sadly, it's mostly just the audience. Is there a new generation that really values cinema anymore? That's the dark thought. I have a film society and I run into so many young cinema-loving kids who have the Criterion channel and they watch all kinds of amazing movies. But I know that culturally that's an exception. And he's not wrong. I fear that there's not enough of a critical mass in the culture to sustain what was, but who knows? I don't think I have any deeper analysis than anyone else would, and it's not in my nature to make huge statements about whether it's all over. I just feel like we're all treading water and hoping we don't drown. Challenging times are certainly here. Linklater pointed to the changing culture and changing technology as to why Hollywood has lost sight of quality films. And this was going to tie into a conversation that I wanted to have about what happened to the mid-budget film. But I don't think I'm going to get to that today. It's hard to see cinema slipping back into the prominence it once held. I think we could feel it coming on when they started calling films content. We watched a video last week about how everything is content now. But that's what happens when you let tech people take over your industry. The Dazed and Confused director said, it's hard to imagine indie cinema in particular having the cultural relevance that it did. It's hard to imagine the whole culture is going to be on the same page about anything, much less filmmaking. He added about the culture as a whole, we can be self-absorbed and say it's just about cinema, but really it's all of our modern cultural life. You could say the same thing about reading books. A lot of young people can't really read a book because they're just on their phones. I don't think he's chastising here. I don't think that he's blaming young people. I think he's blaming technology, and he's right. He is right. Because the thing is that it's not, the studios aren't just to blame for the types of films that we get these days. It's also us as the consumers. Because the thing is that look at how much money these movies are making. Of course they're going to keep making them because we keep watching them. And it's kind of a, it feels like a catch-22 sometimes, where it's like, okay, well, there's not a lot of options in the theaters besides this or this or this. And movie tickets are so expensive these days. So if I'm going to see something, then I want to see something that's big and loud and has explosions and is best seen in a theater. Something similar is happening in the video game industry with mid-budget video games becoming rarer. Yeah, and I just always look back on movies, like my favorite movies from the 90s and even early 2000s, and I'm like, that would not get made today. Like a Truman Show would not get made today. No way. A lot of, some really intelligent, passionate, good citizens just don't have the same need for literature and movies anymore. It doesn't occupy the same space in the brain. I think that's just how we've given over our lives largely to this thing that depletes the need for curating and filling ourselves up with meaning from art and fictional worlds. Like Out of Africa? No fucking way. That need has been filled up with, let's face it, advanced delivery systems for advertising. It's sad, but what can you do? Linklater concluded, I also don't want to go through life thinking that our best days are behind us. That's just not productive. So in your own area, you just have to persist and do what you can on behalf of the things that you believe in. You have to believe that everything can change and that things can go back to being a little better. Isn't that what we all want for everything these days, from democracy on down? Can't we just go back to being a little better? So, yeah, I mean, my hope is with horror that we see like I just keep I say it so much. I'm exhausted of hearing myself say it, but we see more originality, less franchises, less remakes. Give other horror movies a chance, please. Please. No more Conjuring films. No more Scream movies. We gained some good long-form content and series, but the loss of movies is sad. All the comedians talking about the MCU ruined comedy movies are feeling it too. The movie world is a strange place. It is. I'm thankful stuff like Triangle of Sadness, After Sun, or Banshees of Inisherin still gets made. And the thing is that Triangle of Sadness and Banshees are made by like it's directors who've been in the industry for a long time, who've gained a reputation. But I feel like the only people that love those movies are film nerds. And also like had stars in them. Had celebrities. That always helps in getting a movie made. Ari Aster, you know what? Okay. I watched Beau's Afraid. I had a really hard time watching that movie. One, because Will kept putting it on late at night. Like, he'd put it on 3 in the morning, fall asleep. The next night, we'd go back to it, and I'd have to keep going back to, like, watch what I missed. So, not ideal for watching the film, but it was also very long and very strange. Because supposedly, it is sort of a biopic or an autobiographical pic, where it was Ari Aster's most personal film, and a lot of it reflected his own life, but there was a lot of it I didn't get. There was a lot of it that I found myself going, this is weird. But what I will say is that I would rather have that. I would rather have Beau is Afraid than Saw 10 or Conjuring 12. I don't even know what we're at. Will really hated that movie. Really? Is that what he expressed to y'all? Because he didn't seem as if he kind of was saying the same thing I was saying. I knew he didn't like it, but he also was like, I appreciate that movie for the reasons that I just listed. Funny how the original Saw movie was low budget. Yes. Yes, because when you have no budget, you have to get creative. You are forced to really think outside the box and not just rely on studio money. And ultimately, more money, more problems. Having a bigger budget, having a fancier, having a fancier, flashier budget that usually comes along with a big, fancy, flashy studio being the one producing your film does not equate to a better movie, and many times it's actually worse. Yeah. Those are my thoughts. Okay, I know I said I was going to do a horror tier list, but I'm almost at 5 hours and I'm doing a long stream tomorrow, so I need to call it quits. And plus I am tired. I've just been tired this whole week. I'm fueling myself with caffeine, but it's false energy. I'll do the tier list tomorrow. I know, Sag. I will do the tier list tomorrow, along with other things. You say that they've all left you behind. I gotta say, I'm kind of turning to foreign horror. I've always loved foreign horror films, but especially now, I feel as if I'm really relying on Korean, Japanese horror movies. I've gotten really into Indonesian horror. Yeah. Because I feel as if they are not held back. Like they're still doing wild shit. I watched this movie, not Smile, the one that you'll probably think of. Smile. Fuck, what is it called? Oh my god, did I just ban Will Neff? I tried to raid him. Oh my god. I was like, why is the raid not sending over? Shit. Fuck, I can't remember what this Indonesian horror movie is. I'll think about it. God damn it, I am a dummy. I'm a dummy. Anyway, thank you for being here this evening. I hope you were educated. I hope you were entertained. I will see you tomorrow. Friday fun. Friday fun day. Yes, please join the Discord and all the socials. All the socials. I will be gaming out tomorrow. So come join. Probably starting around 2-ish. 2-ish. 2-ish, yeah. That sounds good. Okay, everybody. Good night, or good morning. Or in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Kankurai, sending over to my favorite person in the world, William Neff. Lonely side.